water in your mouth, please. 1, 2. Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
film.
collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
Fuck! I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my One Piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my One Piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
Don't
books.
even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? We did it! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hey! Who made me 37, you asshole? Whoa! What did you do? You came.
So again, for the context, try to read Jen Shahade. Shahadi article from... Fight.
Mouth slip.
Okay.
I slipped.
Okay.
Didn't mean to ruin the moment.
Scared the shit of me.
Yeah, my bad.
Question, trap question. Who are strong in this position? Bishops or knights?
Well, you said it was a trick question, so even though it's an open, typically bishops are stronger in open positions. But Dina said it's a trick question, so the answer is knight.
The trap in the trick question was that there was no trap.
Wow! Who does this? What type of cruel game is this? You see me when I'm down and you continue beating me.
Looks like 339,000 now in the pot.
I'm calling it right now. This is a queen.
No queens.
I will literally tip you $20,000 if you put a queen in. 20 grand.
Even Magic can't do that. And Botez again. Are you kidding me?
Top 100 female poker earners.
That's it. Did you crack it just now?
I really need help.
With what?
I'm running late and I've been trying for 10 minutes to put on my shoes and I have used every muscle.
Ask Vila.
No, he doesn't. I need you to pull my please. I'm so
Not
late.
during this game.
No, I need
I'm not during this game.
All you have to do is pull.
Vila's right there.
Vila doesn't have the muscle it
Yes,
takes.
he does.
Please, I can't put on my
Andrea,
shoes.
Vila can help you put on your shoes.
No, you don't understand.
Andrea.
You know what?
This is why we... Andrea, I plundered! Get out of here! Andrea! No respect for my rating grind.
You know what I think about when I think about you?
I don't want to know.
I think about the time I got you to buy at 2 a.m. in the morning. Anna, there is some bread in the apartment. It's a little moldy, but you can just cut off the mold. My grandma used to tell me that mold is good for your stomach.
That's what grandpa would do.
And then, you know, the funniest thing was, oh, by the way, Anna, I'm not sure why, I've had a little bit of stomach issues.
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda mercy.
Sorry.
Stop.
So, how's it going, Andrea?
Did you hit your goal today? Okay, I think I tuned in at some point and you were listening to some weird song and then you lost this guy who was farming you and you're like, well, what does he have on me? Well, actually, he has a better title and he's beat me a few times and he has a higher rating, but and then you tried like coming up with something to like boost yourself up and you're like, until, and then you just gave up and it was so sad. But it was funny not because I'm laughing at your pain, but because I understand your pain. Because I've been in those shoes and I know how it is to tilt. And you know what? We don't give up. You know us, Botez, we might not win, but we don't give up. So there'll be another day. I don't think that helped.
Defend me like that, but I.
Ah! Okay, Maya! Ah!
Maya, guys, that's it. Chris, that's it.
Okay, Maya!
Oh my god.
Andrea!
Bro, he's actually upset at me like a little thing.
Oh god, no one's saying. Ah! I let them go! No, they did it on their own! He opened the door! Alright, go back.
I really admire Mexican people and Mexico in general. Hello, photo chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
I'm done.
You look ugly.
No, Anastasia! The British Authority have all of our equipment! Ow! Ow! It hit me! Aw, she's so sweet. Oh, let's go! You're such a good chicken. She's such a nice chicken. She's a really nice chicken.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? I may have started a bit too soon. I may have jump start that one, but we're ready. We're ready to go. The girls are there. You can see some of them. A forehead from Alexandra, but we are getting ready for a new tournament in the greatest time zone there is. No more late nights for me. We are in Europe. We're in Poland. Any Polish people in the chat? They will make themselves known. We're in Krakow. Nemo is there as well. I saw on a video. I don't know if they went to the salt mines, but that's my that's what I think you're supposed to do when you're in Krakow. It's very, very nice. I've been there playing chess. Big surprise. So we saw Alexandra's forehead and then her camera disappeared. That's not the greatest sign. We are a bit delayed. The round was supposed to start 15 minutes ago. I don't know if the girls are the ones responsible for the delay. I would say there's a 50-50 chance. But we'll get going at some point, maybe, I hope. Be real, Hammer, it's their fault. I mean, it might be their fault, but the first round of any tournament is always very chaotic. And the start of this tournament is going to be especially tricky because tomorrow they're playing 2 games in a day. It's the only day with 2 games. So it's, it's going to be a tough start to the tournament for viewers, commentators, and players alike. Andrea is saying something to Alexandra. Alexandra is looking into something at her camera. Andrea checking her camera's computer. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure they were responsible for the first 5 minutes delay, but I think it's fair to say that the last 5 minutes may have been the Botez sisters and their fault. Yapping is a very important part of the commentator trade, Disco. Yapping is what you have to do when things are delayed and things are not always working perfectly how you kind of hoped it would be. Alexandra in white, Andrea in black, but on the board, they both have the white pieces, aka the yellow pieces, if we're going to be real. And Andrea is super, super good with white. Alexandra is a bit more unclear whether that's her strongest suit. But Alexandra has won 2 tournaments back to back. So at the moment, she's playing good chess regardless of her color. We're having some problems starting the clock, but in the end, organizer comes and rescues the day. Pawn to d4 from Alexandra, and also pawn to d4 from Andrea. Alexandra's opponent moves the knight out, a flexible choice. Alexandra, 2 pawns in the center of the board. Ooh, and Andrea's opponent goes for g6. Andrea has quite a bit of experience playing against this from the previous tournaments in Prague and also Reykjavik, but she tends to sometimes get overly aggressive with her pawns in response to this. So it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds. Knight to c3 played by the Jabava London specialist. And after bishop to g7, Andrea takes control with 2 pawns in the center. We don't have clocks and stuff at the moment because the live feed broadcast is not coming through just yet. So here at the beginning, for the first couple of moves, I'm going to have to just watch the cameras to make sure. I guess I could move the camera here. That would be okay. I'm just going to watch the cameras to try and make sure I catch all the moves being made. Alexandra's board is incorrect. What do you mean? Vila, you're messing up. Vila, please fix. This is not my fault. I trust. We're gonna put Vila on it. He has the same screen grab on both sources. Big mistake. But let's try not to give him a hard time about it. Poor guy. Is he not watching? Hammer pro at ditching the blame. I think it's important, though. It's very important to be good at doling out the blame if other people can be blamed. Andrea doing Andrea things. Pawn steps 2 squares forward on the side of the board, trying to move even further up. Ooh, but she's denied. Her opponent very quickly moves his pawn 2 steps up, blocking the white pawn from progressing. And I remember we had a similar situation to this in the Prague tournament. And then Andrea went pawn to f4, which was a big mistake. Let's see if she learned from her mistakes. Pawn to f4 would be very, very bad, because then there are no white pawns that has any chance of controlling the g4 square, which means that the black bishop or even the black knight can move to this square and never be chased away anytime soon. So here it's important that Andrea only go 1 step forward with her pawn, which would then reinforce the pawn in the center, but also have control of that square where the black knight otherwise may move. We had a prediction for Jabava on Andrea's board. Can you advise me on that? I would say it's like everyone gets their money back, because it was kind of a Jabava, but her opponent didn't play into the Jabava, so it's technically kind of both. I would say it's just a void bet. Everyone gets their channel points back separate. That would be my decision if I had any power. Andrea goes 1 step forward with the pawn. Let's go. She learned from her mistakes. Well, actually, I think she already learned from her mistakes, right? Because she did play this pawn formation in... oh my God, they played so many tournaments. I can't separate them. So she went pawn to f4, I think in Prague, one of the first tournaments. But then she did, and she learned from it and played pawn to f3 when she was playing in Sardinia. So she's familiar with this being a clever way of organizing the pieces and the pawns, having the pawns protect each other up the board. Alexandra, in the meantime, makes a trade between the central pawns, inviting into a Carlsbad pawn structure, which I understand has some lore in this channel as a result of Andrea not fully understanding why Carl is bad. Can anyone explain to me the difference in play between 2 opponents with a 400 rating different? I mean, the different in style of play can vary a lot, but I can give you the mathematics. A player rated 400 points higher than their opponent is expected to win about 95% of the time. Or 92% of the time. So yeah, you're a massive, massive favorite in those matchups. What did Andrea's opponent do? Did he go pawn to c6? I'm guessing that's what he did. Let me know if I messed that up. Pawn to c6, maybe knight to c6. I need to get this bigger on my screen. It's definitely something to c6. I'm going to say that was a pawn. And then Andrea has gone with her knight out on the edge of the board. So very often you want to get this knight to the g5 square. And part of the reasoning for that is because when black went pawn to h5, trying to stop white from pushing their pawn forward, the consequence of pushing your pawn up here is that the pawn can no longer be on this h6 square and give protection towards the g5 square in green. And since the pawn has kind of passed that g5 square, now the white knight is trying to get there instead, saying that if I get here, you're not going to be able to chase me away. And for that reason, black makes the trade, giving away a bishop for a knight. Yes. Oh God, rip cameras. But on the other hand, you take an undeveloped piece and you trade it for a developed piece, and you also force Andrea to move the rook, which sometimes might be a bad thing, but I don't feel like it's such a bad thing here anyway. I think Andrea was going to go with her king to the left regardless. Hammer, fix it. I'm not in Poland, dude. I don't think I can be held responsible for this. Okay, Alexandra is back. I guess we'll have to settle for Alexandra's game for the time being. Her opponent has recaptured in the center with the pawn, keeping that pawn well placed in the middle of the board. And now Alexandra, bishop to f4, which once again, we agreed you were supposed to move the knight first. And I was so annoyed last time she did this. And now she's doing the same thing again. Oh, okay. It's a conversation to be had. I think she did win the game, though, last time she played this bishop to f4 move. She's going for the Jabava, kind of. She's playing an improved version of the Jabava with the knight to c3 and the bishop to f4. But the difference is that Alexandra doesn't have her pawn behind her knight. And because that pawn moved up and captured in towards the middle, that pawn has had a greater influence for white's central control than the pawn on c2 always has. Why move the knight first? It's a bit convoluted. So basically, you want to move the knight first because then after bishop to e7, now you go bishop to f4. Basically, you want black to commit the placement of their bishop before you develop yours. The problem with bishop to f4 is that now black can go bishop to d6 and offer the trade of these bishops, because now you didn't first move your bishop one step and another step, you actually did it in one go. And that can, in many situations, be advantageous for black. That being said, this is just the opening. The opening is not Alexandra's strongest suit. Just putting the pieces on sensible squares is a reasonable start. So I'm not super annoyed. It's just that we had this same conversation in the last tournament. So yeah. Thank you for the raid, Agne. The Lithuanians raiding the Polish stream. The good neighbors. Okay, Andrea's back. What about knight f3 and then bishop d6 and you cannot go bishop to f4? Very good question. Very good question. And the answer is if you go with the bishop here as black, then we go with the bishop to g5. And now we're pointing in towards the black queen. And the normal way of dealing with this pressure is having the queen kind of in the way, stopping the white bishop's pressure towards the black queen. But if you do that now, you will have first moved your bishop forward and then going back. And that would be a loss of time going back and forth. So basically, you're waiting for black to move their bishop so that if black goes one step with the bishop, then you put it here. And if they go two steps, you put it here. Basically, you're choosing the placement of your bishop based on doing the opposite compared to what black is doing. So that's pretty clever. I'm a bit concerned about how many moves were made in Andrea's game while we were otherwise engaged. Knight to d7 has been played, and then queen to d2. Andrea is getting ready to castle queenside. Seems sensible, but I will say that black has the opportunity to go pawn to b5. White is basically committed to moving the king over to the left because they lost castling rights as a result of moving the rook earlier. Ooh, and now after bishop to f4, Alexandra's opponent does go bishop d6. So he does punish Alexandra for her misstep. And then after the trade, Alexandra goes pawn to e3. This is fine, though. It's just not super accurate, but it's completely fine. Sensible way of playing. Move the bishop out, get the knight out. Both players have a nice position here. And then it just becomes about who's the better player in the long term. And we have some faith that's going to be the player outrating her opponent by 400 points. Alexandra castles on or before move 15. Are you kidding me? Move 15? Surely she's going to castle before move 15. Right? Wow. It's quite even, the prediction. It's a very good prediction. But 15, surely she's going to do that. Let me put some money on that. We'll do a cool 30,000. I have faith in the girl. She's good. She's gonna learn to castle soon. I saw there was a video with the girls on the beach, and I did not see any sandcastle making. I thought that was one of the best video ideas chat has ever had. But I guess I don't understand what sells on YouTube. But Alexandra having a punishment building castles in order to learn how to castle earlier during her chess games. I don't know. I think that would have been a banger. Hammer believer. I mean, I'm not a believer very often, but on this occasion, I gotta say, I think she's gonna prioritize things well. Ooh, Alexandra's opponent is playing very well. Bishop to f5 is excellent timing. Because now if Alexandra wants to move out her bishop, she also will have to agree to a trade, which is not actually something she really wants to do. What Alexandra should do here instead then is knight to e2. And she should probably try to attack this bishop and then go and move her own bishop out. This is an interesting way of playing. Now that the bishop committed to a square very early on, you can exploit that by trying to attack said bishop. Will Andrea retire if she loses this game? I wouldn't think so. Hey, Shay Dog, how are you doing? Fiso, I'm good. I had a weird day today, but my weird day is kind of making me feel more energized. Okay. Alexandra went knight f3. I think she wants to go knight to h4 because that's a common theme in a lot of her prep, that you want to try and chase this bishop. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. But at the same time, I also think that this idea is very similar to the one she's trying to use. Two similar ideas. It's probably going to be same kind of thing happening. Did Andrea's opponent play? Yeah, he moved his queen. I don't love this move. This queen feels misplaced to me. Because I think what he's doing is trying to prepare to castle to the queen side. But actually, black should try and castle to the king side. The reason for that is that even though you're scared of white trying to push their pawns up and attack the king, there's actually quite a few good defensive pieces around the black king if it chooses to go to the right. And black has this great potential in starting their own attack, given that Andrea castles to the left. So, but if both players castle to the same side, then the player with the better control with the pawns in the middle will have a good position. When you've chosen to give up central control, like Andrea's opponent did here, you need to encourage the unbalance in the situation. And queen to c7, intending to castle to this side. Here, if both kings end up on the same side of the board, you're not encouraging the imbalances. And you're not creating a position where both players are attacking. Instead, you just end up with a situation where white has these incredible pawns in the center of the board, doing a great job of restricting the options for black's pieces. So not a big fan of this queen to c7 move. I think the plan is to castle next. And if you saw what the computer said, so the eval bar here says black is okay. But if the plan is to castle, which I think it is, then the computer is loving white's position, because now there's no chance for black to push these pawns towards the white king, because that would then also damage the situation for black's king. So I'm feeling good about this. On the other hand, in Alexandra's game, okay, we're only on move 8. Like, she has 7 more moves to castle. Surely that's going to be completely fine. But right now, she's definitely going to move the knight out on the edge of the board, attack the bishop. The bishop will go back. White's bishop will move out, and then knight into the game and castle. And this is move 11. I'm predicting castling on move 11. Should be fine. However, if the bishop tries to go back in front of black's king to try and basically help defend the king, there are some situations where after the bishop trade, Alexandra might be tempted to follow in her sister's footsteps and try and push the pawn on the side of the board and try to create some kind of an attack on that side. And if that happens, She'll still castle, but she'll castle to the other side. And this is also move 15. This is also move 15. Joy and behold, we are getting the free channel points. The believers are winning the prediction. Let's go. Okay, that is some very good news. Finally, believers winning something on this channel. Doesn't happen every time. Oh, God. Oh, I really hate this move from Andrea. Oh, this is very, very bad. Bishop to c4. Number one, she's preventing her opponent from making the mistake of castling to the queen side. Do not interrupt the opponent when they're making a mistake. I'm sure Sun Tzu already talked about that many thousand years ago. I don't really know when he was. He was like 1300s maybe. Do not interrupt your opponent when they're making a mistake. Now black is not going to make the mistake of castling because Andrea has targeted a pawn that would then be undefended. So she's preventing the bad plan from the opponent, but she's also encouraging the good plan. Because now pawn to b5, that's the right move. That's what black should have done on the previous one. But now when he goes forward with that pawn, he's also attacking the bishop. She's encouraging him to attack, and he is happy to oblige. Pawn to b5 on the board, attacking the bishop. And when the bishop retreats now, another pawn will make its way forward and try and actually trap the bishop. If you're not careful, that bishop will be trapped. Very, very bad news for Andrea right now. She moves her bishop back. She's happy to have the bishop pointing towards what is now probably going to be black's hiding spot for the king. But on the other hand, she is allowing an advance on the side of the board. That being said, after a5, a4, pawn to b4, knight back, probably this is fine for her. Because now if black castles, we have this very nice knight to f4 move. And it turns out this bishop pointing down towards the black king might not be such a bad idea. If black doesn't notice the threat and tries to just improve the positioning of their rook, then knight takes on g6. The knight cannot be recaptured because of the bishop pointing in towards the king. So I'm kind of changing my mind here. Putting the bishop here, I thought it was, my initial reaction was that this is terrible and you're just encouraging the opponent. But at the same time, having that bishop pointing down towards where the black king is going to stay, that seems like it could be quite a good thing. In the meantime, Alexandra does move her knight to the edge, attacking the bishop. Ooh, rip cameras. But good news, the digital boards are up and running. So that's good news. We can still follow the moves. The bad news is that the digital boards has a delay. Is there a delay? There's no delay on the cameras. And I'm just getting the moves off the camera feed. Is this a Poland problem? I'm pretty sure this is a Botez problem. Before we blame the entire country of Poland, I think we should probably look a bit closer to home. Why are they playing very low-rated people? Because in the first round, basically this is a tournament with tons of people. And in the first round, the top-seeded player plays the number one on the bottom half. Basically, you split the players in two, and you say number one plays number half plus one. And that, if you have like very many participants in the lower rating ranges, then you can have some very high rated players playing against quite significantly lower rateds in the first round. But this is going to even itself out as the tournament progresses, because as the tournament goes on, you're going to face opponents that have the same amount of points as you. Okay, in the background of Andreas' game, we have the legendary Lithuanian Grandmaster, Eduardas Rosentalis. We got a Lithuanian raid, so I'm sure we have some Lithuanians in chat with the grand old man of Lithuanian chess in the background there for a second. But he's gone now, so yeah. The myth, the legend. I would say he's pretty legendary. I played quite a bit against him. He's played a lot in Norway. He's a nice guy and a solid player. Which one is Botez? There are two Botezes. On the camera, it's the girls. The girls are the Botez sisters. Poland's only problem right now is their national soccer team. Oh, Papa Botez having a very, very good month. Romania is killing it at the European Soccer Championships. Some stunning goals against Ukraine, putting them in a position to qualify, I think. Let me double check the results. 3-0, Romania 3-0 against Ukraine. And today they're playing Belgium at 9 p.m. So we got to make sure that the girls are done by 9 p.m. because they need to watch the Romanian team. Orders from Papa Botez. Update Andreas board. Okay, so he played pawn to a5, which we analyzed. The pawn is trying to move further forward to attack the bishop. And then, instead of getting the bishop in trouble, Andrea goes pawn to a4. So same strategy. So Andrea on the right side, she was trying to push her pawn forward, and the opponent pushed their pawn up to stop the white pawn in its tracks. And now Andrea is doing the same thing on the opposite flank. Andrea pushing her pawn up to stop the black pawn from progressing further. And then the other black pawn gets to move forward, but we're fine about that because this pawn is not attacking the bishop. The bishop is our main concern. The pawn attacking the knight is not that big of a deal because the knight can move over here and try to attack on the king side, on the side of the board where we are expecting black to end up putting their king. So knight to e2, I don't see any reason why Andrea would do anything other than that. The knight is under attack. It needs to move. E2 is the central most square the knight can move to. I guess knight to d1 is also fine because then you can move it further afterwards. But either one of these two moves, and I think Andrea is fine. I think I was very concerned. Oh, my bad. I was very concerned about this bishop placement. But I have since been converted. And I now think this bishop pointing towards the likely placement of black's king, I think it's going to be a good thing. Why are timers not shown? Because the timers are wrong. The timers are on the digital clocks. The relay of those are on a delay. So the timer wouldn't be right even if we put them on. But we'll look into whether we can get the live timers during the tournament. Why are they taking so long? Because they don't want to make a mistake, essentially. So let's do the rules of the tournament, or rather of the game. This is what is known as a classical tournament. It basically just means that you play long-ass games. That's the chess translation of that terminology. And the girls start out with 90 minutes on their clock, but that's not all. They also get an additional 30 minutes when they make it to move 40. And they also get 30 seconds extra per move they make. They're swimming in time. However, for some players, Andrea, this is not enough time. And what is going to happen then is a time scramble. And Andrea is going to have to move very quickly with little time remaining. And if you have no more time on your clock, you have lost the game. No excuses. 2 hours ain't enough, not for Andrea, unfortunately. But in her defense, so far, Andrea's kept very good pace. Very good pace on Andrea so far, but out of nowhere, she will have a 1 hour thinking break. And then, that's how she gets into time trouble. But so far, so good. Her time management here has been excellent. The old man is slow. You are stereotyping, sir, madam, whatever. In this matchup, I can guarantee you that the young girl is way slower than the old guy. Just trust me, I have experience. I've watched a lot of Andrea playing chess. Knight to b1. You're kidding me, right? Okay, you're not kidding me. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. She's moving the knight where it came from earlier. She's also moving the knight so that white can no longer castle. And sometimes you move your knight to a bad square to get it to a good square afterwards. But here the knight can't even go to the d2 square after. Okay, pawn to c5 played by Andrea's opponent. He's trying to go pawn to c4 because he's going after this bishop placement, which we were critical of first, then we were fine about it, and now we're critical of this bishop placement again. Andrea very quickly goes queen to e2, which makes sense to me because she needed to move that queen no matter what because the queen was blocking the path for her knight. The only logic of moving the knight back was to make sure that the knight could move forward as quickly as possible thereafter. And now, as long as nothing bad happens in the next move, Andrea's probably fine. Because she will get her knight into the game. In the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has moved the bishop back to the center. And I think in some ways this is a mistake because it allows Alexandra to get her bishop on a very nice square pointing down towards the black king. So I'm happy with this development. The knight out on the edge did its job. It chased the black bishop back so that Alexandra may go bishop to d3 next without having to trade off bishops. And that is what Alexandra does. And she's also ready to castle on the next move. And for those keeping track of the prediction, this is move 10. Alexandra now has 5 moves where she could castle and make the believers rich. And sometimes she gets distracted with her other plans, but surely she's not going to get 5 move distracted. Here's hoping, at least. Hopium? Is that a new thing? Owens, are you trying to coin it? Surely? Yeah, I don't know. Surely, knock on wood, that kind of thing. If Alexandra keeps winning stuff, will she not have to start in the A section of tournaments? There's not like an internationally recognized A and B section, like the level you have to pick. So in Sardinia, the thing was 2000. In Charlotte, it was 2100. And here the B group is 2200. So it depends on the tournament they're playing, whether she'll be able to play the B group or not. Do you consider the Botez sisters as celebrities? Yes. I don't know in the US, but in Norway, they got recognized more than me, which did hurt my pride just a little bit. You actually get recognized? Yeah, I'm a big star in Norway. Ooh, actually, since last we spoke, it has been publicized. Actually, maybe this happened. What was the last tournament I did? Oh, sure. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, no, I'm super famous in Norway. I'm going to be on the Norwegian version of Trader, which is pretty cool. I have misplaced the knight. Alexandra's opponent actually played knight to c6. This is kind of a classic mistake in these kind of situations because very often you want to have your pawns protecting each other up the board. But by putting the knight in front of the pawn, this pawn is unable to participate in the game. And what did Alexandra do? Did she move? Is it her time? She went rook c1. Okay, so here, Alexandra could have castled, giving the believers their well-deserved channel points. But instead, Alexandra decides rook to c1. She wants to have some pressure up towards this, this c7 pawn. So she got distracted from castling, but it's still okay. It's probably a decent move. It's a decent move. She still has 4 more chances to get her king to safety properly. We believe in her. And then in the meantime, Andrea's opponent has gone rook to b8. That doesn't really do anything because this rook is being blocked by its own pawn. We're not going to be silly enough to trade off this pawn, so the rook isn't really doing much. And this gives Andrea the time to maneuver her knight how she wanted. And there's no concern about the pressure. I'll make some arrows here. There's some concern about the pressure in towards White's central pawn. But this move isn't really doing anything to make us scared for this pawn. So like a move like knight to h7, I would be a bit scared about. The knight is bad. There's no doubt about it. But it would open up for the bishop in the diagonal in towards the white pawn behind the white pawn, and the rook in the corner as well. So sometimes you have to misplace one of your pieces to make your other piece super strong. And that's what Black should have done here. And then instead, after rook to b8, this may give Andrea the time she needs to move her knight out and get her king to safety. Okay, she has moved the knight out, so that's a good start. Alexandra, on the other hand, she's playing an opponent who's taking his sweet time with the decisions. Alexandra has really kind of found her pace in these tournaments where she doesn't want to think too much. She wants to trust her instincts, and she wants to do a lot of the calculation while her opponent is thinking. That being said, she's going to go take a break now. No. Alexandra ready to leave the board to check out other things, get a drink of water or something. And the opponent then starts moving their hand. Classic chess player trick. Start moving your hand, and then your opponent remains in their seat with the expectation that you're going to move soon. And Alexandra realizes, I got tricked by your little hand movement. You're not going to do anything, are you? Alexandra leaves the board, and her opponent plays immediately after. Ooh, the mind games. The mind games on display right now. I feel like the frequency of you making a move, like the chance of you making a move straight after your opponent has left the board is higher than, because sometimes your opponent leaving is kind of a sign to you that your opponent is bored and can't be bothered thinking about this, and that you should just make up your freaking mind and just do something. I feel like I very often make my move as my opponent to leave the board more frequently than elsewhere. Are you into the Euro Cup? I've watched a couple of games, Sultan, but I don't have the game now on a second monitor. Let's put it like that. I guess there's no game going on right now, which kind of showcases how much attention I'm paying. Maybe I'll watch the Romania game tonight in honor of Papa Botez. Is he allowed to leave the board once Alexandra is gone? You're allowed to leave the board as long as it's not your turn to move. And you're allowed to leave the board even if it is your turn to move, but then it's considered very polite to kind of inform your opponent that I have to go to the bathroom and I have to do it even though it's my move. Or maybe you sometimes even have to call a tournament arbiter. Because, yeah, going to the bathroom on your own move can sometimes be considered suspicious. Why does Norway have so many great chess players? Nothing else to do there. Keeps them busy. What else is anyone going to do there? Wow. But you're not wrong. Chat answering other chatters' question. Flaming Norway at the same time. I see how it is. I'll get my revenge. Ain't no way. Ain't Norway. That's a good one. Okay, the games have kind of settled into and Alexandra castled. Wow, imagine I missed it. Alexandra has castled move 12. Prediction believers. Let's go. Easy money. I should have bet more. What's your answer though on why Norway's got some decent players? I mean, I think it helps having a community. Like, I'm definitely better than I would have been if Magnus wasn't a thing, right? Because I've listened to Magnus talk about chess. I've gone to chess tournaments with Magnus. I've benefited from playing top level tournaments because the tournaments were organized because of Magnus. If you create a community with players who are serious about the game and who want to improve and can learn from each other and to some degree also compete against each other, I essentially that's what we're trying to do with Alexandra and Andrea, right? We're trying to get them, put them up against each other so that they make some effort training because they want to beat the other guy or girl. But they're also supporting each other. But that's how it works. You want to win, you want to be better than the other person, but you also help each other achieve your goals by just having the common interest. Do you read the YouTube live chat? I have not been ordered to do so. And unless I get a direct order from the queens themselves, I'm not going to do that. Twitch for the win. Let's go, Twitch. People walking around like it's a museum. That's a very good way of describing it. Because it's quiet and people do kind of lean forward to watch the art. I kind of like that description. How do you pronounce Krakow? The right way. Well, with a very Norwegian twist. But I'm guessing at least the Norwegian twist is a lot more similar to the real answer than the English one. Krakow? You're joking, right? Seriously, that's how you pronounce it in Polish? With an F at the end? Oh my God. Yeah, that I'm never gonna say. Oh, it's like the Russian OV, Romanov. Okay, yeah, I see. V is F in Dutch and Russian, German. I mean, V is only F when in front of the word in Dutch, right? And Russian still has Moskva. Although, to be fair, the V there is a B. But turn on the lights. I mean, I wish I could. These cameras been going on and off so many times, but at least they're going back on again. Like, it would be worse if we lost the cameras and they never returned. Do you consider yourself a nerd? Very much so, yes. Have you ever been to Poland? I've been to Poland many, many times. Many. I've been to Warsaw. I've been to some place way out in the woods. I've been to Katowice, and I've been to Krakow. I've been to the salt mines of Krakow. Poland Woods, yeah. It was in the World Junior Championship 2010, in the middle of freaking nowhere. I don't even remember what airport I traveled into. Probably Krakow, but I don't remember. Let me actually Google that, because it was really World Junior Chess 2010. World Junior Chotova. Let's find that on the map. Yeah, so it was in the middle of nowhere, a bit east of Krakow. Basically, in the middle of Krakow and Lviv. Lviv. I don't know how to pronounce that. It was so freaking nowhere. But one thing I will say about that tournament, we had to stay at hotels which were like ages away from the playing venue. But we had a police escort. So the players' bus on the way to the venue had the police just clear the road in front of us. But seeing as how it was in the middle of nowhere, there were no cars to clear away. But otherwise, it would have been very cool. And my dad is coming in. My dad is saying, this tournament I thought I played in Katowice was actually in Jastrzębie Zdrój. But we did also go to the Krakow salt mines. Jastrzębie Zdrój. It's right southwest of Katowice, on the border to the Czech Republic. So yes, I've played many a tournament in Poland. There's a Papa Hammer. I mean, it's a shocker. But yeah. The flowers and the bees did their thing. Also in my case, I'm not an alien, despite acting so little human-like. Did I miss any moves? Because frankly, I find it difficult to see these boards from afar. It seems like Alexandra is thinking. I'm guessing Alexandra's opponent played pawn to a6. That would be a clever move if he did do that. Oh, I'm going to have to zoom in on this. Yeah, he probably did that. So the point of this move is to take control of the b5 square so that the white knight cannot move there. Basically, black wants to go knight b4 to attack the bishop. But if you do this, then the white knight can come up and attack the queen and attack the pawn together with the white rook. So pawn to a6 just takes control of that square and makes sure that the knight cannot move up here. But now if Alexandra remembers her prep, she's going to do something like pawn to f4. This is very interesting. And the idea is that you're trying to move your knight towards this e5 square, and then you have two pawns giving protection to that. And if you just move the knight back off the edge of the board first, then your knight cannot continue further forward because black has that square under control. So first you need to go pawn f4, increase your control, and then maneuver your knight. Did anyone catch what Andrea's opponent did? Pawn e6. Okay, good move. These pawns are blocking the white bishop, and this bishop is less effective as a result of these pawns blocking the... Oh, he went e5. E5, not good move. Not blocking the bishop. Well, actually, it is blocking a bishop, but it's not white's. That is a self-blocking move, which also shuts down the center of the board. So now if Andrea goes pawn to d5, it's impossible to open up in the middle of the board. And then as black castles to the king side and white castles to the queen side, we're going to have a situation where Andrea has completely blocked the potential for black's pawns to continue forward. And then Andrea can just steamroll black on the other side. I just went e6 because I saw that the pawn was no longer on its original square. And I assumed, well, if you move the pawn, obviously you're going to put it so that you're blocking the potential for the white bishop. But no, e5 was played instead. And this is a grave positional error. Big, big, big mistake. The pawn now is blocking the path for the black bishop. And there's only one thing Andrea has to be very careful not to do. There's only one mistake she can make here, and that's pawn takes on e5. The reason this is a mistake is because it allows black to recapture with the knight, and then there's no pawn blocking the diagonal for the black bishop. Sure, these knights are standing in the bishop's path, but knights you can move away. A pawn is not that easy to get out of the way. The disadvantage of this pawn to d5 move is that that pawn will also stand in the path of white's bishop. So the more I'm thinking about this, the more I feel like maybe taking on c5 is the correct choice. Ooh, computer really hated that. Okay, computer didn't like that we allowed this knight to get into a good position. But after castles, this should be fine for Andrea, no? Okay, computer can't really... But my point is just that having this pawn in the center of the board for black is a very bad thing because that pawn you cannot get rid of very easily. And as long as it's there, it's going to be blocking the potential of what was supposed to be one of the greatest pieces in black's arsenal. So I'm very much liking Andrea's chances here. But she should also take quite a bit of time on this move. Because this is a big decision. Do you take to the left? Do you take to the right? Or do you move forward? Lots of choices, and all the choices leads to different kind of situations. Whose move is it in Alexandra's game? Why does Alexandra have her knight out on the edge of the board? Not a huge fan of that. I guess she just moved it there herself, right? Oh God, I'm having a gray thing completely blocking my screen and it's freaking me out. Let me see if I can fix this. Yeah, so Alexandra did not go pawn to f4 like I was kind of hoping. And instead she's gone knight to a4. I'm not huge on putting the knight out on the edge of the board, but she is headed for the c5 square, which is a very, very good square for the knight. The more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm okay with it. Because yes, you're putting your knight on a bad square, but that knight is moving further forward on the next go, pretty much no matter what black does. Although black should actually consider going pawn to b6 here. Just use the pawn to block, to take control of the square that the white knight wanted to use. And then the white knight is kind of stuck being poorly placed on the edge of the board and will very likely need to move back again at some point, not necessarily now. Andrea is kind of utilizing the knight out on the side of the board strategy, but it is not a strategy that is taught amongst most people, let's say. It's not the recommended strat. Pawn to b6, then what was the point of the stupid knight move? Yeah, no, pawn to b6 is a decent attempt. But there is a concern for I'm so freaked out. There's like a gray thing blocking my third screen here. I've never seen this happen before. And it looks like the kind of gray thing that follows you if you're trying to push windows to the side of your screen and then it auto formats, but it just never disappears. Any computer people who can say what I'm doing wrong? Show us? I can't show you. Boomer on a computer? Yeah, that's me, Cheesecake. I've actually read that kids these days don't know how a computer operates because they're so used to like shortcuts and whatnot, and that they don't know how to go into the folders and figure out proper things like we had to do back in the day. The millenniums. We had to dig into the root files and whatnot. They don't know how Excel works. That's a good example, Rage Against. If it's true, it's a good example. If it's not true, then I don't know. But you're encouraging my stereotypes, so I'm encouraging your comment. Doesn't Andrea have queen c4 in this position? I just don't see what queen to c4 would do. Ooh, Andrea goes pawn to d5. I think that was probably one of the best moves. And she just did it before the cameras collapsed. W there, getting that key decision just in time. pawn to d5, I think, is a fantastic move the more I'm thinking about this. Because she's setting up a situation where black's possibilities for their pieces are completely just shut down. And yes, she's making her own bishop a bit bad. But other than the kind of disadvantage to her bishop, notice how these black pawns are both standing in the path of where the black pieces would like to move. And so black's pawn formation is very unfortunate in that regard. And she also made the decision reasonably quickly. Andrea is not that much down on time. Obviously, she's down on time. It's Andrea after all. But she's not that much down on time. Someone with hawky eyes can check the clock. Oh my God, she's not even down on time. Andrea's on 102 and her opponent is on 101. I may have to apologize to the person with the old people are slow stereotype. Because I just said, you don't know Andrea, but Andrea is up on time in a game of chess. That is sensational. We're expecting a 45-minute think at any point now. Anything else would be very much not in her style. In the meantime, now that I'm zooming in to see the clocks, Alexandra's opponent is down to 42 minutes against Alexandra's 1 hour 11. So a huge time advantage there. And it's been working so well for her. She's won 2 tournaments back to back, and she's not stressing too much about playing the right move. She's just playing a quick move that she feels good about, that she feels is her kind of intuition. And having that time advantage has proven kind of crucial in so many situations for her. Is it 111 or 117? Oh, 117, even better then. Yeah, as you can tell, my eyes are not the best. That's why I have to have these. Are these matches 2 hours long? They're 2 hours per player. And sometimes they get even more time than that. So these games will last up to like 5.5 hours total. Alexandra's opponent goes knight to d7. He sees what Alexandra's trying to do with her knight into the c5 square. And so he tries to take control of that square himself. But now I'm very intrigued by this pawn to f4 move, because what this knight to d7 did was that it blockades a possible escape for this black bishop. And by going pawn to f4 now, Alexandra can then try and go pawn further up the board to actually just trap the black bishop. The black bishop has nowhere to go. And you can try to go pawn to f6 to create an escape for the bishop, but then queen to h5. The bishop and queen working together in towards the black king. If you try and block the bishop's pressure, then we say, booyah, say hello to my little friend. The bishop sacrifices itself to remove the pawns in front of the black king. And then, well, I don't know how we're going to win this, but it feels promising, and the computer says white is completely winning. I don't see how. Maybe rook to f3, and we just bring the rook in. Yeah, no. How about queen to h7, threatening knight to g6, checkmate, And if then the bishop moves back to keep that square under control, then the bishop no longer controls the f5 square. We come in with the knight threatening the queen. The queen has to move, and then checkmate from the queen protected by the knight. Exquisite. And because of this weird thing that's happening with my screens, I'm having trouble watching the camera. So you guys are going to have to play a bigger part in telling me when a move has been made. But yeah, this was a bit of a dream scenario, but I'm kind of liking it. I'm kind of liking this. So I'm very eager for Alexandra to play pawn to f4. I called out for that move on the previous one, but now it's even better because the bishop is almost trapped, and the bishop's escape has been blocked by the black knight. Where's Nemo? Nemo's not playing the tournament. How much time can take one game? So one game, I mean, theoretically, it can be up to like 6.5 hours, I would think. But in practical play, it's always going to be done like 5 hours. The average game is going to last about 3.5. Can you put d5 on the board? Vila? I did play d5, but maybe it didn't register. The pawn was there on my board, but the relay sometimes messes up. It's not strange that they're leaving the board then. Yeah, no, you need to take breaks, Electra, especially when it's your opponent's turn. You want to kind of relax your head a little, get some water, get a snack, that kind of thing. But the thing I find amazing with Alexandra and Andrea is that they have this policy of almost always staying at the board even when it's their opponent's turn. And I don't do that. Dina doesn't do that. I'm just not sure it's a good strat. If good players are not doing it, I'm not sure it's the right thing to do. But Alexandra's won 2 tournaments back to back, so you can't really criticize her approach at this point. Other opponents okay with getting streamed? That's a question a lot of people have asked. I personally don't think you need their permission at a chess venue. And I don't really know how they're dealing with it from a game-to-game basis. But I think it's fair to say that for the majority of people at this tournament, they think it's a lot of fun playing against the famous streamers as opposed to anything else. Last tournament, it was in the official rules that people had to play streamers. Yeah. Pawn to a3 from Alexandra. She's using a common strategy in these kind of situations where you try to push your pawns up on the side of the board. And of course, when you're pushing pawns on the side of the board, you don't want to push the pawns in front of your own king. This is also pushing pawns in front of your on the side of the board, but it's weakening your king position. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I think this move is very cool. Actually, pawn to g4. Yeah, and then you can go queen here and you can maneuver the knight down and around. Pawn to g4 was actually very interesting here. I wanted pawn to f4. That's kind of in the same genre. Pawn to a3 is an acceptable move. It's fine. It's taking control of the b4 square so that you can push the pawn further up there next. So basically, both players are fighting for control of the c5 square right now. Black just went back with the knight to get that under control. And now Alexandra is trying to prepare pushing her pawn up so that she'll have even more protectors on that square. So Vila says about the on-camera thing. When you agree to register to play, you allow the organizers to take videos and photos inside the venue, and the stream kind of is under those same things. But if someone requests not to be on camera, we try to just tilt the camera on only Alexandra or Andrea. And I think that's definitely the best way of doing it. Alexandra's opponent moved. Did he? No. Knight e7, really? And then Alexandra moved immediately afterwards. That's what, oh my God, Alexandra moved immediately afterwards, and I understand why. Knight to e7, big mistake. And Alexandra pounces immediately. She didn't have to think about that for very long. Queen to c2. The queen is attacking on c7, but also together with the bishop, it's attacking on h7 as well. She played that within seconds. She was so ready for that knight to move, and she knew what she wanted to do in response. And that's, I don't know why the computer is not more excited. That's a knockout blow as far as I can tell. Is Alexandra not just instantly winning the game right now? Why is the computer being weird? Oh my gosh. Pawn to b5. Wow, that is such a desperate move, but it was probably the desperate move the situation required. The pawn attacks the knight, trying to force the knight back, but if the knight moves back, there's no more threat from the queen and rook against the c7 square. Okay. Turns out there was only one saving move, and he's found it. But on the other hand, this is a very weakening move. So no matter what Alexandra does now, she's much, much better. Black has what we call in the trade a backwards pawn. Basically, all of these pawns to the side of it has rushed forward, leaving this guy behind. And it's especially bad when your opponent can place their queen and rook pointing down on your backwards pawn. This pawn will not be defended by other pawns because the other pawns kind of ran away from it. In order to be defended by another pawn, this guy will have to go all the way to the c4 square. that would make a good pawn structure for black. But the thing is, you can't really get this pawn here because anytime it moves 2 steps forward, it will be captured by white. And also, if you're focused on preventing stuff over here, then white can even go pawn, 2 pawns controlling that square, making sure that this one can never move up and have the defense of its buddies. That being said, I'm still not sure how black is saving this game, because after knight to c5, I still think Alexandra is just instantly winning. I'm very surprised by the computer not having higher percentages in Alexandra's favor. Knight to c5 is a great move, because now if black tries to protect the pawn on the side of the board, say black goes pawn to g6, then Alexandra could go knight forward, attack the queen, queen moves away, and then since we got rid of the knight, we have once again opened up for the rook and queen towards this c7 pawn, and we're free to capture it, winning the game. So black already found a miracle move in pawn to b5. Incredibly desperate move, but desperation was needed in that situation. But now after knight to c5, what kind of desperation is going to save black this time? I'm not sure. I think he has to take it. But if you take it, then Alexandra can grab the pawn, give a check, king moves, and then pawn takes knight. We attack the queen. The queen moves, sure, but we rescue our bishop. And here white has an extra pawn. How is the computer not more excited about white's position? White has an extra pawn for no good reason. And I would go as far as to say this should be winning for white, despite the computer being less than impressed. I think this is game over. That queen to c2 move, you know, Alexandra was planning that well in advance. She played it so quickly that people were saying, oh, Alexandra's opponent moved, and I couldn't tell that he did because I could see that his clock was ticking. But my confusion was a result of Alexandra having moved pretty much instantly, once again restarting her opponent's clock and getting this double attack in 2 directions against 2 vulnerable black pawns. And yeah, black is going to lose a pawn. There's nothing he can do about it. And then he's going to be down 30 minutes on the clock in addition to missing a pawn. He is getting slaughtered by the back-to-back champ. Can she do a third win? I mean, I would think not. But at this point, we can't really rule it out. Can I get a repeat of what Alexandra's seeding is in this tournament? She's number 17, right? 21? I mean, you're not going to win the tournament if you're ranked the 21st best player, right? The back-to-back-to-back, it shouldn't be possible. But she's destroying her kid right now. Hammer, what does your shirt say? It says, I intuitively knew how to put this t-shirt on, or something. It was a present from a friend of mine who went to Apple HQs. And Apple, they're very big on that. Everyone just intuitively knows how to use their stuff. That's why it's so good. And I gotta say, as a first-time Apple user, this last half a year, That is blatantly false. And I miss my Android stuff. I feel like, can we do like a Europe US kind of thing? Because I'm pretty sure the Europeans are all Android. Like, maybe not all Android, but like Apple just has this sort of weird special thing for US people. And then the Android users are all outside of the US. US people just cheap, they go with what's popular. I don't know if that's true. I think US also is a very America kind of thing. I don't know if this is still kind of a thing, but like it has been a thing over the years that in the US you're encouraged to buy products from US companies. And like you should rather get one of these gigantic stupid cars instead of a Toyota, because Toyota is Japanese. And we don't want that. We want American. The trucks, they're 4 times the size of a car. Takes 4 times the space in the parking lot. Incredibly inconvenient for everyone but the owner. That's kind of my... Four times the gas, more than 4 times the gas, probably. As a truck owner, I feel attacked. I mean, we have trucks in Europe as well. But the people who have trucks are actual workers. In the US, like you have these enormous trucks, and it's like the people who own these things, they're like soccer moms and whatnot. At least in Europe, if you're going to have a truck, number one, it's 4 times smaller than some of these US monstrosities. But also, it's being used by people who actually need to have, you know, transport things on the back of the... You missed 3 moves in Andreas' game? Is that real? Because the guy hasn't castled yet. Surely I haven't missed a single move. As long as I can see the black king on this E8 square, I'm going to say I haven't missed anything. That being said, it does seem like Andreas' clock has started ticking. Let me zoom in. Wait, what has this guy been doing? Somehow Andreas' knight is on c4, but none of the black pieces have moved whatsoever. Can I get an instant replay on this? Knight to b6, knight to c4, and then knight to d7. I mean, you can't even blame me for missing that. All the black pieces were placed the same as they always were. I was like, if there's going to be a move, he's going to castle. How am I going to expect that he goes back and forth with the knight, allowing Andrea to improve her positioning in the meantime? That is wild. You can get a replay on the YouTube stream. Yes, Nick. But at least I managed to lure you over to Twitch chat to get that sentiment out. This is true. It's a lot easier to get replays on YouTube than on Twitch. I'll give YouTube that. You still have to come into Twitch for me to see your message. But I will acknowledge the benefits your platform provides. Now I see why this is just chatting instead of chess. You know, Blue Jay, that's my, it's in my contract. I have to be yabbing nonstop. Otherwise, all the people who come in here to complain about just chatting, they'll be redeemed, and we don't want that. Alexandra's game changed. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell because I maximized Andrea's board on my second monitor in order to understand what's going on there. Okay, Alexandra's opponent, he has made a trade between the knights. Alexandra has not captured the pawn on h7 just yet. She has taken on c5 to attack the queen. But when the queen moves, she will now capture the pawn. And she's saying check to the king. Otherwise, sometimes you got to be careful about moving the bishop out here on the edge of the board. If this was not a check, then Alexandra's opponent could trap the bishop by moving his pawn up. The pawn then will prevent the bishop from getting back into defense, and then the king will come in to eat the bishop thereafter. So you got to watch out for that, but this is fine because it's a check to the king. And the king moves away, and now, very, very important, you got to move the bishop back. And this is because of that same thing with pawn to g6. You got to make sure that your bishop doesn't get stuck on the edge of the board. You got to get the bishop back where it came from. Yes, you've then gone back and forth. Generally not a great strategy, but you have also captured a black pawn. So when you go back and forth but win a pawn, that is certainly worth it. Hammer, have you ever lost a game to Andrea? I would prefer not to answer that question. That's answer enough? No. I said no comments. Don't just assume that no comment means I lost. You can't do that. That's unfair. Says everyone saying no comment whenever. Without odds, there were some odds, but not enough for me to lose. I don't entirely remember. I'm sure it's on the YouTube somewhere. I think maybe I had like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Maybe I even had a minute. I had plenty of time. Bishop back, yeah, good choice from Alexandra. Oh wow, there's a Norwegian chess legend in the background, in the blue T-shirt. The guy managing the best Norwegian chess news site. Let me just double check that's the guy. If not, it's a freaky similarity. The video is literally called Andrea Beats GM Hammer. Yeah. They do a lot of clickbaiting, but apparently for that video, they just wanted people to be able to find it. It's funny how that works. Someone turned off the lights. I don't know. We'll get them back. Cameras are back. No, Andrea's camera is back. I don't know why it's turning on and off. I have no idea. I refer to the technical expertise on site. We just got to remember to tell them that this is happening. How high do ratings usually go for tournaments like these? So Alexandra and Andrea, they're playing in the B section, and that one is only open to players below 2,200. But there's an A section as well, and the top rated player in the A section is ridiculously highly rated. It's a friend of the stream, Jules Massard, but he's like 2680. He's ridiculously good. And then the second guy is maybe like 2580 from Brazil, Alexander Fier. They both have the same rating as they did in the last tournament. Why? The rating is only updated once a month, Giller. So they only get their new ratings on July 1st. So both the tournament in Charlotte and this tournament, they have the same FIDE rating. The Jules Massard, the one and only Pepsi. Wi-Fi network is unstable. That's why both cameras go down and come back at the same time. But why are you on a Wi-Fi, Vila? You go down there and you lay some copper cables immediately. BotezLive can't afford copper. Okay, I think I was approaching a racist joke. I think let's leave that where it is. Fiber, yeah, but then my joke wouldn't work. I turned around just in time, chat. Just in time. Lazy joke. Yeah, it was kind of lazy as well. I agree. It wasn't my best. BotezLive is spending all their money on Hammer, can't afford anything else. Funny because it's true. They have 3 hours left if they want to watch Romania versus Belgium. I think the Papa Botez decree is that they have to be ready for that. It's why Alexandra is playing so quickly. And let's be honest, compared to her normal pace, Andrea is playing with like a thunder boots. I don't know what I'm saying. Rocket up her. Yeah, no, that's not great either. I'm in a very funny mood today. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'm sleep deprived. In my defense, I do leave most of the punchlines to your creativity. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. I think Alexandra can reach progressively 2100 quite easily. Then growing up will require more efforts. I don't know. I mean, she's gonna approach a point soon where she's not gonna be winning everything anymore. So the setback, where whenever it comes, is gonna be a tricky thing. I'm not sure she's interested in training that much, to be honest. She's got way too many things going on. But for now, I think she's just very much enjoying playing chess and actually having some success with it. Are you calling them over the hill? I mean, Andrea's at her highest ever rating. So I wouldn't say I'm saying that. I'm just saying, we're not going to see a 200-point improvement anytime soon without a massive training effort. What are you saying? She cannot become a GM one day like Levy? What does that like Levy mean, Piano Soul? Are you saying she can't become a grandmaster just like Levy can't become a grandmaster? Or are you saying she can't become a grandmaster like Levy is a grandmaster? Because in one of those situations, ooh, that's harsh. And in the other one, Levy is not a grandmaster yet. Just FYI. You missed 2 moves in Andreas' game, but his king is still in the center of the board. How can I be missing moves unless this king is castled? Honestly, the camera I'm watching on Andreas' game, I'm just watching where the black king is. And as long as the king is not castled, I just assume that no moves have been made. Rook to A8. Okay, something is going. Black is lacking a good plan here, I would say, based on the fact that the last couple of moves have been quite back and forth. What did Andrea do in the meantime, though? So knight up, knight back. Somehow the black rook has gone to A8. But for the life of me, I can't tell what Andrea did in the meantime. Oh, she went queen D2. Why are you going queen D2? Okay. So it doesn't really matter. The position is so closed down, it doesn't necessarily matter too much where you go. Ah, she wanted to prevent bishop to h6. That's kind of clever, actually. Bishop to h6 would be a nice trade for black to get, because we talked about how this bishop is bad because it's being blocked by its own pawn. And although I prefer the queen's positioning here on the e2 square, queen to d2 at least has a very clear idea in that it's taking control of the h6 square, making sure that black cannot try to make trades. That being said, I don't think the trade would have been that bad for Andrea, because black would still kind of be hard stuck on both sides of the board. Something like castles and then queen to bishop to h6, I would just trade and then push g4. And like you're dominating on both sides of the board. Black is just suffering everywhere. So even though that would be a strategically favorable trade for black, it still wouldn't, like, the white pieces are just too quick at just pushing forward. So it wouldn't matter even if you allowed the trade to happen. But queen to d2, it's interesting. Positionally based, preventing the bishop trade. And then rook to a8. I assume the idea is that now the rook is protecting the pawn so that you can go knight d6 next, so that the queen will no longer protect that pawn when the knight moves up. But didn't he just move the knight up and then back and then up again? Like, yeah. Something is off with the maneuverings being made. But in general, what Andrea wants to do, she wants to castle and she wants to push g4. Those has to be her two main priorities. And that's part of the reason why I didn't like this queen move, because now the queen is not giving indirect protection in towards the g4 square. And by moving the queen was optimally placed in order to help go g4 at some point. And so even though queen d2 was interesting strategically to prevent a favorable trade for black, it did at the same time also kind of make white's own plans more difficult to achieve. Okay, we're having moves on Andrea Alexandra's board. Her opponent went bishop to g4. The idea is that now the knight is unable to get back into the game, or rather, it is able to get back into the game, but if you do so, it will be captured, and you will open up methods for black to attack in towards the white king. So Alexandra didn't want to do that. Instead, she goes pawn to h3, trying to kick the bishop away. But now, instead of moving the bishop, her opponent goes queen g5, attacking the knight on the edge of the board. And the knight cannot move, because if it moves, the knight is captured, and now you can't even recapture the bishop. Because, well, you're not allowed to do that, putting your own king in check. So Alexandra here doesn't really have a choice. If pawn to g3 defending the knight, then she will lose her other pawn. So she has to take the bishop, and then he has to take the knight. And then Alexandra should go queen to e2 and just defend her pawn. And she's up a pawn. I don't understand why the computer is not more excited about Alexandra's position. Alexandra's just up a pawn. Normally, that's enough to win the game. Okay, she doesn't go queen over. She uses the pawn instead. Ooh, actually, that's very good. So number one, now the white pawns are helping defend each other up the board. A bit of an unorthodox method, but it still works. Like, pawns go forward on the side and they're all protecting each other. But the addition of this pawn to f3 move, initially I was a bit critical, because now the black rook could potentially attack down towards the white pawn. But after knight to c6, which will almost certainly be played here, opening up for the rook, now Alexandra can go queen to f2. And this square was not available previously, but it became available when she pushed her pawn forward on the previous move. And she will offer the trade between the queens. And if the trade happens, her king will come in towards the center and help defend the pawn in the middle. And if the queen comes back, well, then you've succeeded in kicking the queen away, and you can still go pawn forward in the center. And if there's a trade, this bishop becomes a monster sitting in the middle of the board. Something happened on Andrea's board. They had a laugh, a conversation, something. I'm struggling so so hard to understand what has been happening here. Somehow Andrea has castled and knight to b6, and it's her move. A draw offer, maybe. Oh no, sorry, I just forgot to do the rook to a8 move. My bad. So rook to a8 has been played, castles, and then knight to b6. So for the second time, black plays knight to b6. And this time, Andrea agrees to the trade. Recapture is made quickly. And now I assume Andrea is planning. What the heck? Ooh, it's a celebration. That only costs 80 channel points? No, 80 bits. Oh, we're about to have our screen filled with weird stuff. It's a new feature. Streamers can't disable it, but they can change the cost. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh yeah, let's just input something on the screen that cannot be disabled. What could possibly go wrong? Ooh, the thinking hammer emote. I'm a big fan of that. Howl Hub. Oh God. Whose emote is that? Is that Fiona's? Good God. This is gonna go well. Well, I mean, if nothing else, Vila is frantically trying to figure out the Twitch settings right now. Oh, I can imagine Vila freaking out, trying to figure out how to increase the price on this thing. Ooh, the angry Alexandra celebration. Ooh, Hikaru pout. We're getting some good ones right now. Oh, and then there's someone just promoting Real Madrid. And the Andrea freak out face. Oh, that's a Botez W. The Andrea freak out face is a W. What's the sense behind that? Costs real money? Yeah, no, everyone doing this is spending like $1. So yeah, we're cashing in right now. Missing moves again? I don't even care. This is a just chatting stream. If you want a chess stream, then okay, let's not chase away our chess audience. They are the backbone of the community. How about instead of missing moves, you tell me what moves I am missing? Because frankly, I can't predict. Oh yeah, no, bishop to c4. But I said that was going to happen, right? I said if she's making the trade, she's probably planning to go bishop to c4 afterwards. She's trying to give a check on the king, forcing the king to castle, and then she's going to go booyah, or in Andrea terms, bang, bang. On Alexandra's board? Oh, man. Oh, yeah, no, that's my bad. I didn't go back to the current position when I switched to Andrea. I take the blame for that. Oh, did they trade queens? Oh my God. What kind of pace are these people playing at? They played 5 moves. What is going on? Okay, pawn to c6 was played. I think I would rather put the knight there. Because now this knight has nowhere good to go to. Alexandra offered the queen trade, which is not a very Alexandra thing to do, but I think it was a clever move. Because when you're up a pawn, why not do a queen trade? And after the trade of queens, black plays g6, trying to give some space for his king. And Alexandra goes rook h1 followed by rook h3. I don't like this rook h3 move. I feel like black could just go rook h8 and trade one rook and then see what happens afterwards. But her opponent goes f6. How low on time is he? Is he down to 16 minutes? No wonder he's playing quickly. He kind of has to. Alexandra's just played so quickly that her opponent is kind of panicking. Not going to lie. What move are we on? I'm not entirely sure. We might be on move 27. Do we have a prediction going on where the number of moves is important? Pawn to f6, I feel like is a big mistake because now Alexandra gets to have both her rooks working together on the open file. On the other hand, how is the situation if you just trade off everything? Do you win this with white? Computer says yes, but in practical play, it doesn't seem that obvious. I mean, you naturally assume you're going to win with the extra pawn. But like, how do you get this bishop to attack anything? Like right now, everything's defended. And you have the doubled pawns. You might end up in a situation where you don't actually manage to do anything with those pawns. Although here, I really like the move pawn to e4. Oh, computer hated that. Huh? Maybe we go pawn to b4 to make sure that this guy cannot run away. Actually, that's very clever. First, we got to make sure that this pawn cannot place itself in a situation where it can be defended by the other pawns. No, apparently that was not it. Okay, but b4 makes sense. Everything's defended. And then pawn to e4. Yeah. And then we make the trade. And then we get a very nice centralized bishop. And then we move the king up. But from afar, it's not obvious that this is winning. I mean, you assume it's winning, but you're not sure. I think Alexandra's going to have to calculate quite a bit before she decides to go for the double rook trade. Okay, never mind. No calculation needed. She's got a Romania-Belgium soccer game to catch. Is the rule not to spoil Euro results? I think spoiling is fine. I'll go check for myself. The biggest question is whether Ronaldo is playing, right? Is Ronaldo a good thing for the team or a bad thing? Very difficult to say. Ronaldo kind of ruined Man United, I would say. Well, maybe it was broken already. Oh, the moves are coming in quickly. Rook to h8, trying to oppose the two white rooks, but Alexandra goes for the double rook trade. And then she goes b4. Have you guys noticed that every time Alexandra gets into the endgame, she's like a maestro? I'm starting to think Alexandra's endgames very underrated by the community. No? Ronaldo is like the Messi of football. Oh. What's the next tournament for them after this one? I don't know if they're planning that far ahead. I know I only get asked last minute whether I'm available, but I haven't been asked about anything in the future, at least. Let's enjoy this one while it's on for the next 8 days, and then we'll start thinking about the future. We may need to know whether we're a winning team or a losing team before making tournament decisions. Has your loyalty been questioned? It definitely has. Oh, I'm struggling with watering eyes. My loyalty has been questioned. I don't know if this has been said on stream by the other party to my loyalty dispute, but there were some questions about my availability for the Olympiad and whether I would be doing the Botez, the Hikaru, or the Anakamling. I was a very, very sought after person for the Chess Olympiad. Are there team tournaments? Yes, Chess Olympiad is a team tournament, but they only kind of just put together your individual results. So it's not like a team in the proper sense. But it's the Chess Olympiad is like a world championship for national teams. And my loyalty was questioned. Is Pia playing the Olympiad? Yes. So Pia's not doing commentary since she's playing. Good for you, Hammer. Yeah, no, that was good for me. But then Hikaru decided not to play, and Alexandra didn't qualify. And it's not clear whether, because Levy has been having a lot of success doing these IRL tournaments without a commentator. And since I'm so expensive, I think it has been noticed by the community that Levy did this just without commentator and had a ridiculous amount of viewers. So I think people are considering whether having a commentator is actually worth it if you're getting the viewership anyway. So I might be unemployed for the Olympiad after all. What's your rate? Think of a number and then quadruple it. Wait, someone's going to the Chess Olympiad. Chess Project is going to be there as a journalist. Hope to meet you. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going. 4 million? I would consider 4 million. Depends on the currency. 4 million Zimbabwean dollars? Probably no. But 4 million other things? I'm game. Levy would definitely get more views if he had a commentator. Yeah, but how many more? Like he had 8K without a commentator. And now, for instance, the Botez sisters are having 7K with a commentator. Like, it's incredible how many viewers he got without anything. And even though he probably would have more with a commentator, like how much more? Is the additional 2,000, 3,000 viewers worth the expense? But not only expense, there's also a lot of technical glitches that can happen with the commentator. And, you know, the commentator can say stupid stuff and get you canceled and whatnot. So there's a risk and an expense. So I'm actually, if I'm Levy, considering the success of the no commentator thing he did, I wouldn't. I don't know. I think I'd just continue the same way. People have more fun, but nobody cares about fun. It's all about the numbers. Tracking Tyler also does well with no commentators. Yeah, that's a good example, Nades. Maybe it's the new meta. Although it would help if the cameras didn't turn off every now and then. Because having the cameras collapse on a no commentator stream, that would be rough. Do we have any moves? No, I think B4. Oh no, King G7. Alexandra did something. Did she play E4? She did. Pawn to E4, great move by Alexandra. She realizes she needs more scope for her bishop to try and attack in towards these black pawn weaknesses, and she's encouraging the pawn trade. In general, trading pawns is bad for the player who's looking like they're gonna win, because the fewer pawns on the board, the higher the likelihood of a draw. But here, making the pawn trade was absolutely the correct decision by Alexandra because she needed more space for her bishop to get in a dominating position. And that is what has happened now after the pawn trade. Her opponent brings the king in towards the center, but now Alexandra is going to do the same thing. And I'm not entirely sure yet how she's going to win, but she's done everything right so far. Her endgame technique is ridiculously good. And I just don't know if it's random or if it's just actually a skill trait that we've been underestimating over time. In the meantime, Andrea is still thinking about how to start her attack in towards the black king. Computer is absolutely loving Andrea's position, even though she's not even up by a pawn. And the reason for that is because the black pawns are unable to move forward. And since they can't go forward, you can't start an attack against the white king. So something like pawn to b3 would be fine for Andrea just to shut everything down. And now black cannot get through these pawns and bishop. And then you just focus all your attention to push the pawns up on the other side. Alexandra moves her king in. Honestly, this is going to be pretty much a flawless game from Alexandra. A perfect game to start out the tournament. And her time management also has been incredible. There's the bishop to f4. She made a move in the opening I was not that fond of. But other than that, it's been perfection. Andrea has moved king b1, queen c7. Okay, thank you. So queen to c7, the idea is to clear the b6 square for the knight. And he's trying to be a bit coy about it. But at the same time, if the black knight moves over to try and attack white, the thing is, like, if you move the knight away, you're dead. Then the knight is no longer protecting in front of your king. Yeah, you can attack the bishop, but the bishop just moves. And you have no chance dealing with the amount of white pieces that are attacking over here on the king side. So black genuinely cannot move the knight. Now the question just becomes, if I'm Andrea here, I would go queen d3. Trying to kind of hide my intentions. If you go rook to g1, your opponent isn't like, okay, you're going to go pawn to g4. But if you go queen to d3, it's a bit less obvious that you're trying to go pawn to g4. But the idea is that if pawn to g4 here takes, now this guy in the center is undefended and can be captured. Oh, apparently even this is amazing for Andrea. Wow, so Andrea might just push the pawn forward and sacrifice and start the attack. Oh, wow. Andrea's position is just ready for the bang, bang, bang. Probably that's what she's considering. There's no need to wait. Even down a pawn, you open up everything against the black king. Okay, in the meantime, moves coming in on Alexandra's board. King to e6. I assume Alexandra's going to go king to d4. Anything else would be strange. And she does go for that. Oh, computer didn't like that. Why would computer not like? That's a centralizing move. Okay, that was kind of weird. I think the computer just doesn't understand immediately how good white's position is and needs some time to think before realizing that, oh no, this is actually amazing. Because now, one of the if Alexandra is brilliant, and I think she might be based on her play so far today, but now if her opponent moves the king back, Alexandra can go pawn to g5, sacrifice the pawn she has extra in order to give herself access with the king. And then the king is just going to kill these pawns on the right side. And if the king instead goes back down on the right, you still have this incredible idea, sacrificing your pawn. And if the pawn is captured, you come in with your king. But this time, since the black king is on the right, the white king goes to the left. Basically, you make the sacrifice, you get the king up, and then you go in the opposite direction to where the black king is keeping things defended. This is very, very cool. And so black can also just move back and forth. You can just ignore that the opponent sacrificed, but then Alexandra would be able to trade, and she would get rid of the fact that she had two pawns on the same file, which is generally considered a quite significant disadvantage. And then she can go push these guys up the board. Alexandra is honestly playing a perfect game right now. I'm very impressed. Black knight could attack the king. Well, the knight can attack the king, but then we just take out the knight. And any sort of situation like this, whenever there's only pawns and kings remaining, the player with the most pawns pretty much always wins. And here, Alexandra has the 2 versus 1 to win the game. Andrea went rook g1. Okay, she's not hiding her intentions. Doesn't really matter, though. Hiding intentions or not, there's pretty much nothing black can do to prevent the pawn advance anyway. It's not a proper chess tournament unless someone's blocking the cameras. Even at the very top level of chess, they always manage to put the cameras in such a way that the players end up moving in front of them. Okay, we've started a prediction. How many points do we get this round? Believers became rich on the previous prediction. Will the believers go 2 for 2 on the day? I'm going to say yes. I think they're both going to win. They have great positions. They have decent amounts of time. They got a clear path forward. Andrea is up on the clock. She doesn't have a great amount of time, but she's up on the clock compared to her opponent. Just that is pretty rare. How many moves until time, extra time? Let me check that for you. 17 more moves on Andrea's board. She's going to be in time trouble. There's no doubt about it. But she's going to be in less time trouble than normal, if that's a thing. Okay, the king goes back. Big moment for Alexandra now. Does she find pawn to g5? An incredible, brilliant pawn sacrifice. Right now, the black pawn is controlling the e5 square. The white king would love to go there. Pawn to g5 tries to lure the pawn away from its responsibilities, allowing the white king entry. That's going to be the winning plan. Is that also Alexandra's instinct? She has 59 minutes. Her opponent, 8 minutes. How do you do this endgame? Do you go quick and hope that your opponent messes up on time and ends up losing on time? Or do you consider your plan of action? To be fair, I think a lot of things win here. Pawn to f4 is also pretty good, because then if the king returns to the center of the board, Alexandra would be able to go bishop takes on g6, allowing the bishop to be captured by black's knight, but then we set up pawn to f5 afterwards. attacking the king and attacking the knight. And then after this trade, we have one of those situations again where there's 2 versus 1 and only pawns remaining. And white wins this easily. Black has to back up, and then we can go for the trade. And then with the 1 extra pawn, we win the game. We just use this one as a distraction, and then while black is busy taking this one, we go to the other side, and then we get a new queen. Classic endgame play. If you're not familiar with this already, chess.com has a very nice feature where you can just play certain situations, such as this one, against the computer. It's very good practice because the computer will, like, even though you're playing a computer, it's fine as long as you're in a situation that you're going to win in theory, no matter what. So some of these endgame positions, it's very cool to just practice by playing it against the computer and seeing if you can win the winning situations. Making a draw in a drawing situation where you're worse, on the other hand, that's not so useful against the computer. But kind of showing yourself that you can win when you have a pawn extra or 2 pawns extra or an extra bishop, those kind of things, that can be very, very good practice. Queen d7 on Andrea's board, good comms. The queen is attacking the pawn, but also eyeing the g4 square, trying to discourage Andrea from pawn to g4. But Andrea just says, peekaboo, queen. The bishop comes in, attacks the queen. The queen moves back again. I guess black is planning to go pawn to c4. Andrea now has to make a decision. Does she want to go pawn g4? And after this trade, she's sacrificing the pawn in the center of the board. But you can make the argument that, yeah, she loses a pawn, but she has so much time that she wins for the benefit of her attack. Or, alternately, she should defend this pawn in the middle ahead of time. So, to me, the most logical move is queen to d3. Just protecting the pawn so that you can go pawn g4 afterwards. Alexandra goes bishop to b1. I'm not really understanding that. Well, I guess she's trying to get to the f7 square. I suppose that's fine. My idea was cooler, but this is the kind of thing that's just going to work out in the end. Is b3 instead of g4 too slow? No, I don't think so. Like here, if black goes rook to c8, the idea is to try and push the pawn forward. Then I would strongly consider just going pawn to b3 here, just preventing the opponent's plan, and then you can go pawn g4 afterwards. Like you're not in a hurry. You'll manage to accomplish your plan regardless. And queen to d3 is Andrea's move. She's playing the moves I'm suggesting. I'm gonna take that as a good sign. Can you put times up on screen, please? We don't have access to the times, unfortunately. The clocks are on a delay, so we could put them up there, but it would be wrong. Why do they keep standing up? Because it's too stressful sitting at the board for 4 hours straight. You need to walk around, clear your head, and get some blood flow going. You got to squint to see the times? Yeah. I have a better picture than you guys on my second monitor, and I'm still struggling so bad to see the situation. Does Alexandra never get up? I mean, we saw her get up once earlier in the game. And then her opponent moved immediately after she got up. But other than that, Alexandra sits at the board for a very, very long time. Personally, I think it's too much. But, you know, it's working for her. So don't change a winning strategy. Alexandra's opponent down to 5 minutes. I guess I should be building the drama. But the truth is, Alexandra has played exquisitely, and she's going to win this game. Regardless of his time situation, even if he had an hour, he's not defending this against Alexandra. She's just played it so perfectly. Is there extra time? Oh, sorry. They get. I haven't had my tea today. That's my problem. I forgot to brew a pot of tea before the games. What was I saying? Something about Alexandra? I forgot. Why is Alexandra's camera worse than Andrea's? It definitely was a couple of times earlier. I don't know if it still is. I guess the colors are a bit more distinct. What, contrasted on Andrea's camera? Clock's more important than commentator. Wow, Central. You know how sometimes they say people catching strays? You just aimed a shotgun straight at my face and pulled the trigger, didn't you? Damn. Did Levy have clocks? I'm pretty sure he did, yeah. He's not wrong. Yeah. I'll relay your request to the organizers. But to be fair, Levy organized his own tournament, while these Botez sisters, they're just leeching off all the different European organizers. I mean, Alexandra and Andrea, honestly, they could bring their own equipment to a certain degree. I've been saying that the clocks are on a delay, and while that is true, I think also the clocks are just not connected to the board right now. So even if there weren't a delay, I'm not sure we would have clocks. The audience is so demanding. Leeching is aggressive. I'm a non-native speaker. I don't know what I'm saying. What did Alexandra's opponent do? Feels like he did nothing. Oh, he did do nothing. He's down to 45 seconds. Never mind. For some reason, I thought he had pressed his clock. My bad. 32 seconds remaining for Alexandra's opponent. Oh, did they make it to move 40? He goes pawn g5. Under the circumstances, I'm going to say good move. Good move. And Alexandra now needs to go pawn g3, pawn f4. She made it a little bit more difficult for herself since she didn't go this pawn g5 move on the previous go. Although I suppose she could also just play bishop f5. This is fine. Bishop f5, and then if takes, and this is winning. You get that classic 2 versus 1. When are they making it to move 40? Let's see if when Alexandra's opponent is getting more time. This was move 35. So he still has to make another 5 moves. Alexandra should go pawn g3 now. And then if king e6, she should kick the king back down, then go pawn to f4. And the idea here is to make the trade between these two pawns so that after the trade, you get the access for the king to the e5 square like we talked about earlier. This is the key. Getting the king one further step forward. That is the key to everything Alexandra wants to accomplish. Okay, Andrea, in the meantime, rook to c8 played, and Andrea goes pawn to b3. We're perfectly predicting Andrea's game right now. And we're very much liking what she's doing. There's nothing stopping Andrea from going pawn to g4 on the next move. And that's going to be pretty devastating. What ended up being the odds on the prediction? I should have put some money into 2 out of 2. They are cruising right now. Can you explain why bishop b5 and b3 was necessary? So bishop b5 was good because it chases the queen away from the control of the g4 square. So that was a good move. And then queen to d3 was good because it keeps this pawn protected in many situations. And then here, black was trying to go pawn to c4, and pawn to b3 just takes that c4 square under control, making sure that black can make no progress with, well, any of these pawns. None of them can move forward without either, well, it being illegal or it just losing a pawn. Alexandra goes bishop f5 check, and the king steps back. Once again, pawn g3, pawn f4, one of the key ideas for Alexandra. That being said, pawn to g3 has been played. And interestingly, now, after king to e8, if Alexandra here plays pawn to f4, it's an instant draw. pawn to f4 here, then takes, pawn to g4. And it's impossible to get past black's barrier. There's no way for the white king to come in and attack anything in black's camp. So you got to be a bit careful about the execution here. Okay, knight to d5 played instead. Now you don't have to be careful about the execution. Just bishop back, attacking the knight, and then you push forward. Easy peasy. Okay. Very unfortunate for the deciding moment of the game. But bishop to e4, attacking the knight, forcing the knight back, then pawn to f4. King up, and you just make the trade and move the king up. This is the way for Alexandra to win the game. And she's going to find it, and she's going to win it. I am certain. Only subscribers can see the camera. Oh, damn. Okay. Bishop to e4 has been played, putting pressure on the knight and the pawn behind it. The knight retreats to keep the pawn protected, but then f4 played. And the kid is sitting there with 32 seconds once again. And there's nothing he can do. If he makes the trade, then white's pawn has a clear path to becoming a new queen. So he can't really do that. He has to move the king up, but then a trade will happen and the king will move in. He does go for the trade, but now no more doubled pawn for Alexandra. And she has a highway for her pieces. And her G-pawn in particular. Although I say G-pawn, but this is actually the H-pawn that moved over. And this guy, the support, this is the G-pawn that moved over. We could actually land in a situation where the key pawn has gone up here and kind of changed its pathing, but in the end becomes the one to win the game. He moved, yeah, he went king to d7. And now Alexandra should be a little bit careful, because she probably doesn't want to go g5 immediately. Because then after takes, there's king e6, and now you can't get your king up like you wanted to. I mean, you're still winning, but it feels more difficult than it needed to be. So maybe now she should try this weird bishop back idea she had earlier. Maybe this one is better. And every time the king moves up, you can just check it and kick it back, and then you push forward. Because now after the trade, your king won't get access to this e5 square. The bishop in the middle of the board is super, super good. But it is not doing any sort of job to prevent the black king from getting into the middle of the board. Alexandra could have done the dirty flag here. Yeah, but it's so unnecessary. Like, you're winning anyway. You might as well take your time and figure out the right path to the win. Andrea has played g4. The big question is, what did the opponent do in the meantime? He went knight to d7, knight to d7. We talked about it earlier. It's tempting going with the knight over to the other side of the board to try and help the attack black is trying to make happen there. But Andrea has the attack completely under control. And when the knight moves away, it will open up for the white pieces down towards the black king. Andrea gets pawn to g4, and now it's just a straight path in towards the black king. Both girls, I think, are going to win this in the next half hour. It's looking very, very good. Great start to the tournament. And we have a game finishing behind Andrea. We don't really know too much about these players, but it would appear the older gentleman has won the game, because at the end of the game, if you put your king out, you are the winner. That kind of signifies. So putting the white king alone in the center, that means white has won the game. The older gentleman, I mean, older than his opponent. Although I guess it would take quite a bit to be younger. How old is the youngest player? I don't know. I would guess this tournament has some very, very young players participating. How old is Hammer? Younger than most people think. But I don't know if that's just the internet trying to be vicious or not. 33. I was 33 up until very recently. But these years go by so quickly. Apparently it's been 34. I would bet my chess career on them losing rating in this tournament. Too many underrated kids. Wow. Max, who is from Poland himself, who then probably knows some. Max, why are you not playing? Or rather, Max, are you playing? I guess you're not playing because you're chatting. Max, what kind of intel can you tell us about this tournament? Andrea took with the rook. I'm not sure I like that decision. Because now after rook takes, oh wow, computer hated that. After rook takes, the knight returns to attack the rook. The rook will have to move again. And then the knight actually makes it out on the edge of the board. And suddenly this knight is headed to a good square. And that knight was the worst piece in Black's camp. And all of a sudden, it's going to have a good role in the position. Absolutely wild. We should not have been allowing that. Andrea moves the rook back, but still the knight will come forward. Probably Andrea should have moved the rook forward, interestingly. Because then if knight tries to get to this f4 square, you could just capture the knight. Yeah, that is high-level stuff right there. It's better to sacrifice your rook on the knight than allow the knight to get to the f4 square. That's kind of sick, but at the same time, it's very telling for an understanding of the position. How important it is to try and just keep the pressure going. So Andrea went back, and now the knight is making it towards this f4 square. Andrea has lost control of the position. Her opponent, with a very sneaky moving back and then rushing. We thought he was going to the left, and then he's rushing back to the other side. And suddenly he actually put up some kind of a blockade here that Andrea needs to work her way through. I kind of like this rook g5 move here. Just once again trying to sacrifice the rook against the knight. And then if knight forward, we can take, and then go h5, and we're trying to open up. Oh my god. And then queen over here attacks the rook, and when the rook moves, the queen together with the bishop does a checkmate in towards the white king. Wow. Yeah, no, this is the kind of thing we have to be very, very, very careful about. Suddenly, black has well-positioned pieces and can go on the freak counterattack to cause quite a bit of problems. Andrea goes queen to d2. Queen to d2, trying to hold that f4 square under control. But the thing is, now something like queen to e7, followed by knight to f4. Like, black would be so happy to give up a pawn if that meant that this bishop could once again reign supreme on the diagonal in towards the white king. Black would be very happy to give away a pawn. Like, if it was black's turn here, black would very much consider, and if you were allowed to just remove your own pieces, that's a lot of ifs. But black would be very happy to just take that pawn off the board. Because right now, that pawn is the only thing saving Andrea from some very serious issues, with the bishop pointing down towards the white king. In the meantime, bishop to c2 played by Alexandra. Oh, Alexandra and her opponent have both gotten more time. Was my move count off? What move is this? Oh, move 41. Never mind. Okay. Black got more time to figure this out, but bishop to c2 was genuinely the move I was suggesting. So I feel like Alexandra is playing very well still. Bro is 1500. He's going to blunder. I mean, I don't think we're discounting that Andrea's opponent is going to blunder. We're just not sure how much Andrea is going to do of the same thing. Knight to d5 played. The knight now attacking the pawn. Alexandra should move her king over. Oh my god. No. Oh, this is potentially catastrophic. I assume Alexandra's plan is king to e4, trying to get the king further up. But here, pawn to f5 is very interesting. Very, very interesting. And if Alexandra then captures this pawn and gets doubled pawns, then black could try a blockading strategy using the dark squares, saying that this bishop cannot attack the f6 square. And so you then struggle kicking the knight away. And then you struggle getting your pawns forward because both pawns are kind of blocking each other and then being blocked by the knight. So here, probably the best thing to do would be taking with the king. Even though that's kind of risky because then the knight comes in, attacks both the king and the bishop. I assume you can probably just move the king up. And then you should be fine. Yeah, should be fine. Okay, king up, and then you have a clear path. because then you're covering all the squares for the pawn to just sail through. But that is an unnecessarily tricky way to win, given what transpired up to this point. But at the same time, I don't really see what choice she has. I guess she could go pawn to f5. Something like, no, but then the knight comes here in a blockading situation there. This is just a draw, I think. I don't know why the computer is still optimistic about white's chances. How is this not just a draw? Like, this one is covering here, covering here, covering here, covering here. Ah, I guess, yeah, actually, you can get the king up and across and wow. Okay, so I guess this is winning because you do get your king over to the other side. But yeah, some very tricky stuff going on. Alexandra still needs to be careful. She cannot take this win for granted, even if she has played pretty much a perfect game so far. Oh, king at e4 has been played. So now the kid needs to play this tricky pawn move in order to make Alexandra nervous. But I think he's going to find it. He doesn't really have a choice at this point. Any other move and Alexandra goes bishop here, kicking the knight out, and then it's game over. In the meantime, on Andrea's board, Andrea's opponent is below 10 minutes now. He played king to h7. Seems like a very reasonable move. The knight is blocking the pawn. Andrea made a big mistake not recapturing with a pawn. Here, she could have taken with a pawn and then just continued further forward. She would have won easily. But now, after taking with a rook, suddenly this is a square for the knight where there are no white pawns that can attack it. And this is a square for the knight where there are no white pawns that can attack it. And the knight having these, what we call outposts, it's making it a lot more difficult to break through. We would really love to get rid of that knight. But the problem is we would really love to get rid of that knight, but at the same time, we don't want the method to be this trade in the center, because then we're scared about how this bishop will influence down towards the white king. In this instance, it worked out for white, but there are many similar situations where opening up for this bishop will be devastating to the white king. Would be interesting to know what she thought when she decided to capture with the rook. I mean, she just thought that she would have the rook pointing down towards the black king. She just didn't realize that the knight would go back where it came from and just get a really good defensive situation. Do you give them notes on the games? I mean, if they ask for it, I'll do that. We usually have a chat with them after the game. They did do an interview, talk to stream, that kind of thing. I would be very surprised if that didn't happen today. Queen to e7, good move. Andrea's opponent has suddenly decided to play well. And that is very, Very inconvenient timing. I'm not sure how. Andrea needs to get this bishop into the game. But I'm not sure how. She also needs to get rid of this knight. To be honest, I'm not sure what Andrea should do here. Honestly, maybe the best strat is just waiting for the opponent to do something silly. Maybe pawn to c3, I'm considering. Because if there's a trade here, then we can start attacking on the left. And then if we can attack on the left, we force the opponent to defend there, and then we start attacking on the right as well. Get that two-front situation. Alexandra's opponent got 30 extra minutes after he made it to move 40. And he's spending those minutes, no doubt about it. But he has a very nice trick now, which would make me kind of nervous on Alexandra's behalf. Pawn to f5 is a very clever way of trying to make a draw here. If the pawn is captured by the king, there's a double attack. And if the pawn is captured by the pawn, well, then we can try and just put this knight in front of both of these pawns. And they're kind of blocked from getting further forward. Is bishop f1, h3, g4 a good plan for Andrea trying to capture the knight? I don't think so, but it's definitely what I was thinking about when I said we need to get this bishop into the game somehow. My only problem with it is that if you do this, you kind of encourage the knight into moving further forward. But actually, anytime the knight moves, you can sacrifice this pawn. If you look at the current position, if Andrea could remove her h-pawn from the game, then it would be game over. f5 has been played. Alexandra captures with a pawn. I thought maybe taking with the king was better. But what's interesting is that she captures immediately. No thinking about it. Clearly, she was expecting that move. And now check, probably she'll move to the side. And then she'll reroute her bishop towards putting pressure here. The reason she's not going to go up immediately is because then the knight can just keep on checking. So you want to create the situation where the knight cannot be standing on that g4 square, so you put your bishop to attack there. And you want to be both attacking this pawn and controlling this square. And then when you bring in the king, the black king cannot both defend this pawn and this knight. And by doing this strategy, you overwhelm the black defenses. So even though I was a bit scared about Alexandra getting the doubled pawns, but she should be fine still. We don't have the clocks, Dave, unfortunately. I don't think they're being supplied from Poland. And there's a delay. We'll try to look into it for the future days. but for today, it's not happening. Oh God, I have so many Chrome windows open. I have no idea where everything is. Andrea moves. Andrea plays. Wait, what did she do? Anyone catch what Andrea did? Bishop to g5. Bishop up, attacking the queen. I was kind of expecting for black to try the trade between the bishops. That would be very good for black because then the knight would be so strong on this f4 square with no white bishop available to take it out. But instead, queen to a7. It's a very tense game right now. Andrea's opponent has played his last two moves pretty much instantly, staying on 10 minutes remaining on the clock. Andrea, on the other hand, she has 14 minutes. Will Dina appear on other days? I don't know, but I can only do the first 5 rounds. So someone is coming on Wednesday. I just don't know who. Alexandra looks like a W. Yeah, she looks like she's got stuff under control. And she also plays this king to d4 move I was talking about. She'll reroute her bishop to f3. She's played a pretty exquisite game, in my opinion. Andrea also had a pretty good game, but she's faltered a bit with her attacking scheme. When did Alexandra last loosen over the board game? Yeah, no, it's been a while. She has 14 games without a loss, I believe. Alexandra didn't even break a sweat. Are you kidding me? Yeah, no. She has 1 hour and 18 minutes remaining. Her opponent has 15 minutes. Alexandra is more than an hour up on the clocks. Incredible. And also, Andrea's made a move. Andrea played doubling the rooks on the G file. Both rooks now working together, pointing up. But the black pawn is well defended by another pawn. I'm not sure she's going to make any sort of breakthrough here. But maybe stressing out the opponent is going to be enough. He's down to 8 minutes now. Andrea still has 14. Andrea remains up on time. I am being asked to remind everyone that this tournament, chaotic as it is, will be even more chaotic tomorrow because every day the round starts at 4 p.m. Eastern. No, 4 p.m. European, 10 a.m. Eastern. That's for the next whole week. Every single day. I expect to see you here, 10 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. European time. But tomorrow is an exception. But it's a bonus exception. Tomorrow we have 2 games. And the first one is starting at 9:30 a.m. local time. That is 3:30 a.m. Eastern. But on the other hand, 12:30 a.m. Pacific. So if you're a late night Pacificer enjoying your weekend, do stop by for the morning round 2 of this tournament. Alexandra's opponent is once again attacking the pawn on f4, but now king e5 takes care of business and also takes this f6 square under control, enabling the furthest forward pawn to push forward. Very unfortunate moment for the Wi-Fi to break down. So Alexandra threatening pawn to f6. Her opponent will have to go king e7 to stop that. But then bishop up, and black is unable to defend both the knight and the pawn behind the knight. So Alexandra is making her final breakthrough right now. And then the question is, what about Andrea? Andrea is, her opponent is still thinking. He's down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds. I think Andrea's game is the one we will be focusing on right now. They are in a time scramble. Alexandra is going to win her game. I'm convinced, completely convinced. Ooh, Alexandra's opponent helping out his neighboring buddy with an extra queen. And the pawn promotes, becomes a queen. Is that time for a resignation right there? You know, when your opponent gets a new queen, either you got something very clever cooked up, or you're in big trouble. He won't be needing it? Yeah, no. Alexandra's opponent is probably not getting a new queen this game, that's for sure. Normally, these fancy boards, they have sets where they always have 2 queens of each color, so that you have 1 extra queen on the side of the board in case of a promotion. Rook to c7 played. Kind of blocking the queen's pathing to get back on the other side of the board. Can we exploit that the black queen is out of play right now? I don't really see the breakthrough here for Andrea, though. I got to be honest. Maybe she can try bishop back and then pawn up. Try and open up for the bishop against the knight. And if the knight tries to capture, we can finally push our pawn forward. Ooh, wow. I actually blundered the rook there, but it's very telling that even when I blunder the rook, the computer is quite happy with white's position. Even though white is down a rook and a pawn for a bishop, just the fact that you've been able to open up against the black king means that white is still doing very, very well. That's pretty interesting. Okay, so I'm kind of cheering for this bishop to e2 move. At least it has a clear plan of action moving forward. And then when you have a plan, you're more likely to get a quick move. Alexandra has not played king e5 to defend her pawn. Alexandra has gone with the bishop up, attacking the knight, daring the knight to take the pawn. And I guess if the pawn is captured, then the king will come up, attack the knight. The knight has to move, and then the pawn. And the combination of the king, the pawn, and the bishop is just too much to handle. For instance, if the knight comes over here to attack the bishop, you can push the pawn, but it's not the best. Instead, you sacrifice your bishop, luring the black king closer to the queen side so that the pawn has a clear path to become a new queen. Some very cool ideas in this position. Alexandra actually, she made the right call here to sacrifice the pawn. It's a good idea. He gave the queen back. Oh, that's nice. Andrea sacks knights, not rooks. Well, she's all out of knights. If she's going to sacrifice something, it's going to have to be a rook. "11 minutes for Andrea. Her opponent has 4:30. What if Andrea goes bishop to e7 and tries to take the d6 pawn? If we could get this d6 pawn, that would be huge. But we can't get in there at the moment. The black has too much protection around their own camp. What move are they on? Can you not figure that out, Vila? I'm pretty sure this is move 34 that Andrea is about to execute. Can they face each other again this tournament? Yes, Knight Rider. It's unlikely because there's a ton of participants in their group, but it could happen. 9 in 100. It's not super bad odds, if I'm honest. How stupid is rook h2 followed by the bishop? I mean, having just played the rook from the square you wanted to move to, I think it's better now if Andrea wants to use this bishop to go after this knight, instead of going all the way around, it's probably better to just go back and then move the pawn up. Move the pawn up and open the attack that way. Why not just take the pawn with the knight? Well, we talked about that. Let me see if I can find that again on my... I lost my Alexandra board. Here. So if knight takes pawn, then the king will come up, attack the knight, force the knight back, and then basically it is a free pawn for black, but it will also allow Alexandra to really activate her king to the maximum position. So it's not a bad idea, but It's just that it allows the white king to really showcase its power. Okay, Andrea made a move. I'm looking at the screen. I still don't understand what move she made. Oh, she moved the bishop back. So now she wants to bring up the rook and sacrifice. I like it. Andrea is getting ready to sacrifice the rook. Perfect timing as well, because she's timing it at a point where the black queen is struggling to get back into defense. And the queen has to step back, trying to get over to that other side. And now rook g5. Just sacrifice the rook on the knight. I think it's a great idea. Andrea at 4:30 now, sorry, 7:30 now. Her opponent at 4:30. This is going to be a very, very thrilling finish. Last time she sacked was against Alexandra and she lost. Yeah. She might be feeling a little bit burned from that previous unsuccessful sack. But I think she's just going to have to go again. I really like this idea. Won't they get more time soon? Soon, Patty, but maybe not soon enough. They need to make an additional 6 moves, 7 moves maybe. Where can I start learning and practicing chess? The girls play on chess.com. It's a great site. Ooh, she plays rook g5. Okay, computer wasn't that big of a fan initially, but I'm liking it. I'm really liking it. I think this is a great idea to sacrifice the rook on the knight. I'm a big fan, and she's doing it with almost no time on her clock. Big decision right there in time scramble. Alexandra's opponent, he moves the knight back. He doesn't take the pawn, doesn't want to allow Alexandra to kick the knight out of position with her king. But this will not be enough as well. Alexandra now guarding, both putting pressure on black's pawn and making sure to avoid the check on the king should Alexandra move her king up next. Alexandra is winning this game. And we see Jules in the background for a little bit at least. Alexandra's opponent is down to 7 minutes. He moves the knight back, but that's not going to help anyone. The white king will come in, try and help the pawn further forward. The king will have to move over to keep this square under control, making sure the pawn cannot advance. But then the king leaves the protection of the pawn, and then the bishop can just take everything. Is it over? Is he going to resign? He's looking out into the room, into the camera. He knows he can't both, the current situation is, he can't both protect against the pawn advance and the bishop taking the pawn. There's nothing to do. And in Andrea's game, her opponent is rushing the queen over to the king side, realizing that he may have made a mistake putting the queen so far away to begin with. Andrea now can sacrifice her rook against the knight. I think the computer will approve. Yes, computer approved sacrifice. And then after the recapture, bring the other rook up. It's not obvious this is going to be good for Andrea, but I like her courage if she goes for it. 6 minutes remaining for Andrea, 3 for her opponent. And 6 minutes also for Alexandra's opponent. Alexandra's opponent, knight to e7. That's not going to do much. Alexandra now can go bishop to e4 if she wants to take control of this g6 square. Or she can just push the pawn. It allows the check on the king, but the check is nothing to be afraid of. This would also be winning. Alexandra decides to go... Yeah, she goes bishop e4. She's just not allowing any checks. And there's nothing black can do now to prevent pawn f6 moving forward. And the knight is running out of squares to move to. Honestly, really, really nice game from Alexandra. I'm a big fan. On the other board, Andrea is thinking about the YouTube titles. I sacked the rook. It is good, Andrea. But let the YouTube titles, let the content push you over the line to make this difficult decision. Four minutes for Andrea, 3 for her opponent. Alexandra's opponent pushing the knight back on the edge. But now the pawn will move forward. The knight out on trying to find a new placement. But Alexandra can just maneuver her bishop to control all the squares this knight can use. Pawn to f6, the pawn push has been played. Andrea still thinking about whether she's going to pull the trigger. She had 6 minutes versus 3. Now it's 3 versus 3. It's a blitz game. It's a blitz game for a couple of moves, and then it becomes a regular game soon enough. Because they do get additional time very, very soon. Bishop f5 played by Alexandra. That was the move we were looking for. Getting that bishop to the very, very good e6 square. Andrea 3 months ago would have sacked without a second thought. I don't know if that's true. I feel like she's always taken her time on the sacrifices, but she always ended up doing them in the end. The king steps back, and now bishop to e6. Very nice. Very, very nice. Perfect execution from Alexandra, and she gets the resignation. Alexandra wins pretty much a flawless game, showcasing some incredible endgame technique while she's at it. No way for the knight to get back into the game. The bishop's superiority over the knight has been proven. Great, great game. And they're having a chat, trying to discuss what could I have done differently? What did I do well? What did you do well? Seems like Alexandra is agreeing with everything he says. Ooh, and she points to the clock. Yeah, she was in the groove today. She ended up the game having more than an hour than her opponent on time. It's incredible. Okay, let's focus all our attention now on Andrea. Andrea moved her bishop back. She's trying to point the bishop towards the knight. Does she want to play pawn to f4 next? It's a very controversial decision if she does do that. Because the black queen could easily get itself in a situation pointing down towards the white king. But she still has the option of sacrificing the rook for the knight later on. One minute, 10 seconds remaining. The queen does come up. Queen and bishop trying to work together could be dangerous. Andrea now definitely cannot play pawn to f4, trying to open up for her bishop, because then pawn takes pawn, queen and bishop working together. Big, big problems. Move number, Andrea is about to make her 37th move. She'll get additional time after she's made another 4 moves. 4 moves remaining. Sack the rook. I still like sacking the rook. I still think this is a cool idea. Ooh, she can't do it. She moves the rook back. Ooh, she's trying to trap the queen. Ooh, she is a sneaky, sneaky little one, isn't she? Now she's threatening bishop up, and it turns out the queen has nowhere to go. Queen is trapped if the bishop is allowed to come in. And he only has 50 seconds to figure this out. This is the current situation. The queen goes back, slightly panicked in the way he moves, but he avoids the immediate disaster. And now there's no more rook sacrifice for Andrea. She tried to go for the trap. Trap was unsuccessful. And now she doesn't have a clear path forward. Do they still have to write down the moves with so little time? Yes, because they're getting 30 seconds extra per move they make, they are still obliged to write down everything. Bishop to g5. I didn't like this move last time round, and I'm not such a fan now either. I like bishop in between for black, because after this trade, the knight would be incredible on the f4 square. The bishop trade would be disastrous for Andrea. Ooh, pawn to f6. Huge mistake. Huge mistake. Now Andrea's going to win this easily. Pawn to f6. Big mistake, because now the pawns are no longer defending each other. Andrea can just move her bishop back and she'll have both her rooks working together towards the new weakness in Black's camp. Time Scramble has caught another victim. You make very silly decisions when low on time. I can attest to that personally. And now this latest decision has ruined the game for Black. The pressure on the pawn, too much to handle. And he continues pushing the pawn forward, but that's not doing anything to defend the pawn. A freebie here for Andrea. And she shouldn't take a lot of time on this decision. Just say thank you for the present you're given. Please tell me your FIDE rating when you were 11. I didn't have a rating when I was 11. You can become a reasonably strong player without being massive as a youngster. Those of you with Hawkeye eyes, is that a thing? Hawkeye eyes? Those of you with good eyesight can see that they have made the time control. 30 minutes have been added on to both of the players' clocks. And the time scramble is over for now. But it was a very successful outcome for Andrea. During the scramble, she managed to win a very important pawn, and she now has both her rooks pointing in towards the Black king. So now they will think for 25 minutes. Possibly, yes. Okay, I'm going to need a break. I'm going to need to get some water, maybe some tea, some energy. I don't think this game is going to be decided anytime soon now. With the additional 30 minutes per player, it's normal that they take a bit of a break and kind of readjust to the new circumstance. That being said, I expect Andrea's move to come pretty quickly. Her bishop is under attack, and the bishop has only one safe square to move to. So Andrea is going to move her bishop back. Her opponent is going to go knight to g3 because he's trying to disrupt the coordination between the white rooks so that the white rooks are no longer protecting each other. If the bishop takes the knight, you can take back the bishop, but it's better to just take the rook in that circumstance. But then in order to protect her rook, I'm expecting Andrea to move the rook back. And this is just a very, very good situation for her. She would be up by a pawn. Her opponent would have absolutely no pawns close to defending their own king. And Andrea also is the one with the rooks working together and also working together against an area where the Black king is suffering. So I'm very, very optimistic on Andrea's behalf. And I think we're going to have a double victory here to start the tournament. Alexandra has already defeated her opponent in what was a fantastic, fantastic game. Okay, it appears while I was away, we're having a little advertisement for the Botez shop. Can recommend the hoodies there. What has happened since we were last in this game? The pawn attacked the bishop retreated, and just like that, we're back into it. Where can we find Hammer merch? Hammer merch is so exclusive, it doesn't even exist. But maybe someday there will be a 30-minute exclusive flash sale. It's all about the exclusivity. Bishop f2 doesn't show on the screen. It's not a good sign. So I definitely made the move on my end. Okay, on the second go. Bishop to f6. Let me just say that if Black thinks taking this pawn is a good idea, he's in for a bit of a surprise. That pawn should probably not be captured. That would just open up even more methods of attack against the Black king. Is Alexandra in chat? Oh, welcome back. I thought that was from Bila. Good game, by the way. You scared her away? My bad. Wondering if you were ever coming back. What can I say? I did 4 straight hours without a break, so I needed... Actually, yeah, 4 straight hours. I should have taken a break mid-game, but the thing is, Alexandra's game progressed so quickly. There were so many things happening. There never really was a good moment. Did Alexandra castle today? Yes. She castled on move 12, which is close to a personal record. She hasn't really made a habit out of the quick castlings, but today she played an exquisite game. Okay, move on the board. Bishop back to b5. Andrea doesn't want the knight to come in here and hit the bishop, so she's just moving it away. Also, there could be some benefit of the queen now having easier access along the second rank. Basically, just, you know, both these bishops were blocking the queen's ability to get over here. So she's just moving it away. If bishop takes pawn now, we can just accept the trade. And then I think just take the pawn. No need to make it complicated. They take one of our pawns, we take one of theirs. That's a fair trade. And then some, because here now we have a pawn that can push forward through the center of the board. Can black go knight to g3 now? Yes. Knight to g3 is the move I'm kind of expecting. Ooh, no. Knight to g3 does not work anymore. Because the bishop moved away from the control of the h6 square, now if you try to go knight g3, Andrea has the brilliant rook takes, keeping the protection between the rooks. And if the rook is captured, the queen can come in, and the rook and queen work together for the checkmate along the side of the board. Very nice. So knight g3, it feels like a clever trick, but it's actually only tricking themselves. How much time do they get for the move? It's not time per move. So they get to use the time how they themselves choose. So it's how much time you have for the game, and then you decide how much to spend on each move. Right now, Andrea has 24 minutes remaining, and her opponent has 22 minutes 30. I thought her opponent played it. No, unfortunately not. Is he playing better than 1500? I wouldn't be the right person to ask. I am at a level so high above this that it's all the same to me. You can't expect me to tell the difference between a 1900 and a 1500. It's all riddled with mistakes. But it's fine. I was 1900 once. I was 1500 once. We've all been there. It's just, you know, it's been a while for me. Even Hammer was 1,000 once? Yeah. It was 25 years ago, but once upon a time. What rank is Grandmaster? Normally it's considered 2,500, Colton. That's the requirement to make the title. Can we look at knight g3 instead of bishop f6? I think we're going to leave the past in the past, and we're going to focus on what could happen, Smith. He doesn't play anymore. We'll be 1,000 again soon. What are you talking about, Dirk? The reason I can't do the final 4 rounds of this tournament is because I got to prepare for my own tournament. The Norwegian Championship, starting Friday. Today is Saturday, so in 6 days. Hammer ranked #1. in the tournament. Hammer coming out of retirement. I've played the Norwegian Championship every time for the last 6-7 years. I decided I wanted to try and get the record for the most number of Norwegian chess championships. And then in the last 2 years, they were both won by Simen Agdestein, who is like the grand old man of Norwegian chess, I guess, now. So that means that not only did I not manage to win the tournament myself, I also allowed the person who won to extend the record, making my own task much more difficult. But what are you going to do? He's second seed. No, Simen is not defending his title. I don't know why. Most of the good Norwegian players are not playing. That's why I'm number one. Back in the day, I could be number one just because I was so good. Now it's because no one else is playing. Was Simen your coach when you were young? Yeah, Simen, he is in charge of the athletes high school, the chess program there in Norway. So I went to high school with Simen as my chess coach. I was in the same high school class as a certain Mr. Magnus Carlsen. Athletes, I mean, that's what it's called. But it's a high school for people specializing in competitive activities, if you prefer that phrasing. A school for chess mutants? I mean, you say mutants, but really, it's more of a, what's it called? Like metamorphosis? Is that the word I'm looking for? I suppose that is a mutant per definition. All you guys know, I might just be I don't know. I shouldn't use words I don't know. Andrea has no interest in Belgium, Romania. I don't know. She still has 40 more minutes. But she may have to watch the game without supper. A school for special kids. Yeah, that's one way of putting it, Dan. Okay, the rook retreats and defends, but also stays relevant. I'm guessing rook to g8 now. But Andrea doesn't have to be the one making the trade. Andrea would welcome black to make the trade, because then you can attack the knight, and when the knight moves back, you attack the bishop. And the bishop is trapped. So just because your opponent offers a trade doesn't mean you should just go for it. Sometimes it's better if the trade happens on your terms. In this case, getting that pawn forward would be a big, big success for Andrea. or get her b5 bishop to the e6 square. I mean, that would be nice. I agree, that's a nice plan. But in that case, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, bishop to b5 was quite a clear mistake. She should have tried to get the bishop in here. Very time consuming, but just trying to get the bishop pointing in towards the king. That would have been very nice. But the good thing about chess sometimes is that you can make up for your mistakes. She can revert to this plan whenever she feels like, or rather, whenever she realizes that this is the way to go. Is there 2 rounds today? No, there are not 2 rounds today, but there will be tomorrow. Or actually, I guess if you're in the Pacific time zone, you could technically claim that there are 2 rounds today. Tomorrow's morning round will start at 9:30 a.m. in Poland. That's 12:30 a.m. Pacific. 3:30 a.m. Eastern, if you're that kind of crazy. And we'll also have the round at 4 p.m. So just a huge day of chess coming up tomorrow. Rook to f7 played. I'm not sure either player really has a plan at this point. Like, white is obviously winning with the extra pawn and the potential attack against the black king, but you don't really have any clear way of continuing said attack. And black is kind of just shuffling the rooks around without necessarily really accomplishing much through that. Andrea needs to find this plan. That would be very effective. But other than that, we could get a time scramble again. Is there a way to get the queen involved? Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe bishop back, then you would open up for the queen. That's also a very nice strategy. Get the most powerful piece involved. Sound advice. Who are you talking to? None of your business, Joe. I got lots of friends, lots of people who want to talk to me. It seems like Hammer's answering some text from the boss girl. No comment. but you're not very far off. I'm trying to get the boss girl to come on stream. Because I feel like the next 10 minutes, not much is going to happen in this game. Okay, I come. Man, 2 days in Eastern Europe. All of syntax is gone. Didn't take more to bring the Eastern European back out and the girl. Bishop to c6. Yeah. The thing is, this bishop is not really doing anything there. Maybe you're opening access for the queen to attack the pawn. Some of these bishop placements, when they're far inside the opponent's half, it's like, what are you really doing here? Like, as long as the opponent just doesn't use these 4 squares, that bishop isn't actually that useful. Would have been much more useful over here to attack the king. And now, for every move this bishop makes over to the left side, it's going to be even further to get back trying to attack the king.
Hello.
Hey,
How is the commentary going? Are you having a good time?
I made a mistake before we started. I didn't have my tea, so I've been yawning for
I know
more
it
than
was
I should.
interesting because when I came to check on the stream, it seemed like we were doing the Gotham chess version of commentary. You know?
He had big success with that, though. I spent 10 minutes talking about the financial kind of implications of Gotham having success without a commentator.
Yeah, no, I mean that's pretty impressive. But
We discussed whether it was the new meta.
Well, the good thing is you're also my coach, so you need to look at my games anyway.
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe that's how we justify, and at least Andrea and I can split it. Did you get a new office?
No, but the Chessable people have been checking my camera settings, and they wanted me to do it like this.
Wait, this is in your apartment?
This is the same place it's always been.
Oh, it just looks so good. You could have had this all along?
Yeah.
Oh my god. When is your Chessable course coming?
October.
Like actually October, or like you have to get it done?
Oh no, actually October.
Okay, that's good. No, I know those Chessable courses get delayed sometimes, not just you.
Yeah, no, but me in particular, for sure. It was supposed to be done last year, October. So
yeah, and that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
When is your chess app coming out? Touche. Next year.
We're doing a promotion of the hoodies and boards.
Yes, and also Command playtest. We're gonna be doing more playtests July 15th. The game is getting better and better. If you apply, then you're still eligible to pick people from specific game cohorts, but you guys can sign up if you want.
Hopefully it works better. This game
will be coming out next year. Game development is hard. What?
Well, let's just say you had a bit of a robot voice while talking about the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Sepper, I'll get you a code.
Is the video game more fun than Call of Duty? I think it's very fun so far. And it's different than any variant I've ever seen. Let's talk about normal chess. Hammer, is there anything I could have improved during my game?
You went bishop f4 before you went knight f3. You remember we talked about this, how you wanted to wait until he committed his bishop and then do the opposite?
Oh, but if you get bishop d6?
Well, then you go bishop g5 and you do the pin, and then he can't use the bishop.
How bad is my voice right now?
Right now it's fine, but I'll let you know when it's bad. It's been pretty bad already, and the cameras have shut down at like once an hour for the entire game.
Oh man.
So there are some internet issues for sure.
Yeah, no, the internet is a little shaky here. No, I know, but I actually thought I was supposed to play.
Now your voice is cracking again.
Because otherwise, if he plays bishop, Darren. Okay, can you can't put the board really quick, can you?
I don't really want to do that because I just want to kind of entertain myself while Andrea is thinking herself down to like 8 minutes. So I don't want your game to take over completely. But like someone was saying in chat, I thought your game was very, very close to perfection. And other than the discussion we had about should you go with the knight or the bishop first, and that it could be considered quite advantageous for black to make this dark squared bishop trade early on. Other than that, I thought it was fantastic. Like it was so good. And like your endgame, you consider yourself a good endgame player or no?
I do.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
whether it's true or not, I don't know.
You're winning so many games in the end game, right?
I've had a good result in the end game, yeah.
No, but here and also in Sardinia, I guess I didn't watch all your Charlotte games, but like the end games are racking in the points.
I know. No, I've been really happy with the end games. I cannot complain. I'm also what?
Are you ranked number 21?
Yeah.
So just like your what age?
In my head, I identify as 21, you know.
I mean, I identify as 15. Most boys do, I think. We never grow up.
That's true. No, I'm trying to look up the line because I don't know where this would be in my files.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't think it matters too much. Now it's just about resting and being ready for the morning round.
No, you're right. Knight f3 is in there first. I don't know what I confuse it with. I guess I have knight f3 in the line where they play a6 first.
Yeah, okay. I don't think it matters too much. I think what you did was perfectly fine and you executed it very nicely. You showcased some good plans. Your queen c2, it was so clear that you were just longing for him to move the knight so that you could get the double attack. And then the end game was very good. And yeah.
Whenever I look over at Andrea's board and she has like 3 minutes on the clock, I panic a little bit. I'm glad, like, she's obviously better here, but Andrea was just still so down after Charlotte. She needs to get some good results. Otherwise, I'm afraid she's gonna rage quit. So I am almost more emotional about Andrea's games here.
Yeah, well, the good news is Andrea's opponent just spent 2 moves moving his queen further away from his king. And that means his king is even more poorly defended than it was. And now Andrea also found this nice bishop to e1 plan, which is good. She's trying to bring her queen into the attacking g file. And I'm very, very convinced Andrea is going to win this one. But, it's all going to be about tomorrow, how you manage to deal with the 2 games in a day.
Yeah, I haven't not been waking up. I didn't wake up early today. I woke up at like 11:30. So tomorrow's gonna be a little rough, but I'll try to take melatonin or something early. I don't know. I'll try to tire myself out somehow.
Yeah. No, it's going to be tough.
Am I playing a higher or
both of
lower
you.
rated in the morning?
I don't know. I guess we're hoping for why not higher at this point? You're playing so
Thank you,
well.
Joey. I mean, I'd rather take a lower rated in the morning because morning round, I'm just such a sleepy girl, you know? I'd rather play the higher rated after I've taken a nap.
Yeah. But
So.
then if you play a higher rated, maybe, yeah, you don't really do draws, do you?
I mean,
They
if I
they
have
can be
to,
super intimidated by your more recent results.
I mean, oh, that's great. 99% accuracy, will take it. I'm okay with draws because the other thing is I have now gone on a 15 game classical chess undefeated streak, and draw still counts for the streak. So it is what it is.
So you're not going to be super aggressive and overreaching your position's value.
Look, Hammer, I don't make promises I can't keep. But I'm gonna do my best.
Okay. We're gonna see what
not to be
Andrea
like-
can do with this queen and rooks pointing in towards the king. If Andrea talks to us after the game, I guess you can join that as well. But just good luck for tomorrow's morning round. It's gonna be tough, and today's game was just perfect. It was so good. So
Great. Well, I think
I'm feeling
gonna
confident.
I'm gonna go get some exercise while it's still sun out because I think that will help me sleep. But I'll have headphones and I'll keep tuning in on the stream. So,
okay.
Sounds okay. Well, bye, Hammer.
Congratulations.
Bye, thank you. We'll see you guys. Oh, and when do you want to do prep today?
Well, I mean, after the pairing is out, like, I'm not sure how much prep you'll have time for when. Okay, she froze.
So like.
She froze.
Okay.
Big
Okay,
time.
we'll figure it out. Bye, Hammer.
Bye. I'll have headphones and make sure a hammer is actually working and not silent. That wasn't the implication I understood, but maybe you have a better understanding. My Wi-Fi is a little sus. Yes, we noticed. You are the only one who did not know how sus it was. You're the only one who couldn't hear what we heard in the. I can't. That was terrible. Okay. It was not like that, but apparently I can't imitate things. Pretty accurate, actually. Not bad. Nailed it. Okay. Yeah, I gave it my best shot. And Hammer just nodded like he understood every word. I mean, I understood, like, if you hear the first half of a sentence, you can usually piece together what the second half is going to be. I felt like I understood most of it. Have you ever farted at the board? What kind of question is that? Of course I have. bodily functions don't stop just because you're playing chess. Unexpected question to read. I mean, I do set myself up for defeat sometimes. I've been in a weird mood today also, I feel like. My brain stops functioning when I play. That is going to cost you some rating points, Joe. I would look into that if I were you. Might improve your results if you have functioning brain. You sound a bit sick. No, I think I'm just weird and like I'm not pronouncing properly. I don't know. I'm actually not sick at all. I haven't been sick for like half a year. This has never happened to me before. I'm usually like sick once every 2 months or something. Is there a rook g6, rook h6? Oh my gosh. Rook g6. I was wondering, how do you even make progress here? You need to make space for the queen. I wasn't sure how to do that. Rook g6. Black tries to get pieces over to the king's side. Booyah! Sacrifice the rook, clear the space for the queen to come in with the checkmate afterwards. Beautiful. And you still get the YouTube title, even if she was too scared to give the rook for the knight earlier. Will she do it though? I mean, why wouldn't she? And the alternative I can imagine is no. Like she needs, what Andrea is looking for right now is a way to get rid of this rook, because this rook is standing in the path of the queen. So you need to get rid of the rook. Rook to g6 makes perfect sense, wanting to bring the queen in afterwards. Maybe the queen can come up. And then while black is trying to deal with the queen getting into g4, it's very easy to just forget that you have this boom. Checkmate. Can he just sack his own rook with rook g8 instead? Well, rook to g8, I take it. And I got 2 protectors. And so you can't recapture. That's just a free rook. Rook to g6, that's GG's. And Andrea has been up on time for 3 hours straight. I'm not sure Andrea has ever been up on time for 3 hours. Sometimes she's up on time, like for a brief period, and then she has a 45-minute thing. But she's got it working right now. Romania about to pull off a win here soon. Maybe even 2 of them, Danny. Definitely getting a win in chess. And then we'll see if they can win the soccer as well. Rook to g6 played. Let's go. Is mate stoppable? I mean, in theory, it's stoppable for, well, I mean, it depends on how many moves ahead you want to consider. Mate is not stoppable if you give Andrea at least 25 moves against the best computer there is. But the thing is, the opponent also needs to see the threat. The threat is pretty well disguised. Because when you go rook to g6, it feels as though you're just trying to make space for your queen. That being said, queen to g4 is an absolutely devastating move as well. So, yeah. You don't really need the fanciness of the rook to h6 because queen to g4 is just going to be a killer. What happens with rook g7? If you go rook g7, you just trade. And then if the bishop takes, check and attack the knight. And if the knight takes, then check and attack the bishop. Easy peasy. Five minutes remaining. For a second time in this game, Black has moved the queen unnecessarily over to the queen side. Both times he kind of got punished for it. Yeah, good observation, Star Golder. We were having the same thought at the same time. Just in time for the Romania game. Let's go. What is Poland playing? We would love to get a Polish opponent for when Poland. Oh no. Poland is playing at 6 p.m. on Tuesday. Ooh, and it's a big game against France. We got to make sure to keep the Poles. Have a long game on Tuesday. Poland is out already? Oh. Feels bad. I thought even the number 3 placed team in the group can make it. Oh God. I'm so sorry for your loss. When even the number 3 team can make it and you're out after 2 games, that is some seriously depressing stuff. He's resigning? Is he? I guess he saw the threat if he's considering resigning. Three minutes remaining on his clock. We're going to get the decider here just in time for the Euros. Why not knight to g3? Knight to g3 is a decent move. But then Andrea will go bishop takes knight. And if the king tries to take the rook, the bishop can just move. And opening up for the queen against the king steps back, but queen comes in, check. And then check. Oh, we need to go back because he allowed the checkmate. No, he didn't allow the checkmate. Rook to g7, offering the trade. A trade, Andrea should, well, she can accept it, but frankly, also queen g4 is good. She goes for the trade. Straightforward. Good play. If bishop takes, then the queen comes in, double attack. If knight takes, the queen comes in, double attack. Very straightforward. He should have allowed the cool checkmate. Would have made a better thumbnail, but this is fine as well. Waiting. Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. Andrea's going to get a good start to her tournament. She's going to get the win. She got to use her Jobava-esque kind of thing. And she managed to stay up on the clock for pretty much the entire game. As Dina would say, big personal growth. Haven't seen the game. Why is the Black Queen over there? That's a good question. You're not the first to criticize the Queen's placement. Queen takes Bishop. That's going to do it. Andrea's up a bishop, up a pawn. She's still got the attack going. The Queen desperately tries to make its way over into defense. But now, well, if she's fancy, she'll sacrifice her rook against the knight, then get a sweet little double attack on the king and on the rook. That's one way of doing it. You can also do pawn h5, just use the pawn to attack the knight. And when the knight moves, then black's defenses will collapse. Lots of options. Is she winning? Yes. And she's winning in the next 5 minutes. Hopefully. What is Andrea and Alexandra's actual FIDE ratings when their latest tournaments are rated? I guess what you're asking, Petrosian, is what will their rating be after the Charlotte tournament? I don't really know. And for Andrea's sake, I think we shouldn't figure it out. She needs to be thinking about the future, not the past. Alexandra won her game, Percy. She played a magnificent one. So good. Is he hoping she messes up or something? In general, this is my policy when it comes to resigning. If my opponent is spending more than 10 seconds per move, it means that they're not 100% certain how to win. If it's so obvious, why aren't you playing immediately? Ooh, she goes for the classy. Rook takes knight. Getting to showcase some of those tactical skills. That's good for the confidence right there. Sack the rook for the thumbnail. That's how we do it. Queen takes rook, and now queen to the side. The double attack. Isn't queen g1 a little scary? Nah, we're fine. We'll be able to give checks to trade queens. So king moves up, queen takes rook, queen tries to counterattack, and then we go check, check, forcing the king over to this, and then we can go check, forcing the trade. Okay, this is what's happening. King h7 played, queen takes rook. Queen is going to try a desperate counterattack. And now for the queen trade, queen to f5. Queen to d7 instead. Shouldn't be a problem, but not the step in the direction we were hoping. It is possible to waste this entire game. Like something like this would make it a bit nerve-wracking because then there are threats of perpetual and it's not so easy for the queen to get back into defense. Queen gives another check. King doesn't really have much of a choice. Needs to stay on this side of the board. Anytime it moves forward, Andrea is going to be able to do the queen trade. Bishop d7 is nasty. Ooh, I guess you can go for the checkmate and ignore your own bishop. It feels unnecessary. I would just go for the queen trade. Check, check. Well, I'm ending up on this square. I feel like this square is the way to do it. Andrea's slowly but surely inching her way closer. I guess now she can go queen f8 and then bishop d7, and then the queen and bishop work together to cover all these squares. And then it's a checkmate. Is there a difference in player level where just allowing a draw by not having to continue to play benefit? I'm trying to understand what you're saying, Elixir, but can you rephrase? How do you fast forward a live content? I don't know. Would be useful now. She'll get there in the end. She's got that f5 square. She went a little detour. But even if she made 3 moves away from the f5 square, we find it in the end. Oh, no. No. No, not for the finish. Please, Polish internet. We shouldn't be on Wi-Fi. Ah, we made it. We made it. Let's go. Oh no, what? It's not. It's not something to be concerned about, Mama Botez. It's just that we're gonna miss out on Andrea getting her win. She found the right plan. She's gonna win the game, but we want to catch the end without internet interruptions. Queen H5 check. Let's go. That's the way to do it. Forcing the king off the side of the board. Forcing the king into the same file as the queen. And securing the queen trade. King moves to the side. And then queen g5 or queen g4. Probably queen g4 in order to get your pawns working together. Okay, never mind. Queen g5 played. Check on the king, threatening the queen. 2 extra bishops. She's got it in the bag. Trade, and he resigns the game. GG's. Well played, Andrea. She gets the win. And most importantly, I think, showcases some good time management. That has been a big, big concern for her. But I mean, she was low on time at some point here. But it was fine. It was completely fine. She was not desperately. She's had some situations where she's down to just minutes after 18 moves. This was nothing like that. She was a bit low on time for move 35, 36, 37, but that's just how it's supposed to be. So very encouraging time management situation. And we're getting some occasional frames of Andrea from Poland. The final handshake for a millisecond. But yeah, round 2 is tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. European time. That is 3:30 a.m. Eastern or 12:30 a.m. Pacific. Basically later today, but we're hoping the girls get at least 6 hours of sleep in the meantime. Let me check in with, are we gonna keep going? Um, 12 hours of starting soon. Yeah, I don't know. Are we gonna get Andrea? Let me talk to Vila. Are we waiting for Andrea interview? They basically, so Andrea needs to have dinner. It's 9 p.m. in Poland. She needs to have dinner, and then maybe she needs to run off some energy. And then she basically just has to go to bed. It's less than 12, no, it's 12 hours until their next game. And as far as turnarounds go, that's not a lot of time at all. So let's see if we can get her before dinner. It's only going to be very, very short. If we do get her. This game did take 5 hours. Yes. A 5-hour game to kick off the tournament. Well, a little under 5 hours because we were pretty significantly delayed at the start of the round. So it's also quite a long game to start with such a quick next round coming up the day after. But we're going to give Andrea a couple more minutes to decide, or rather to answer whether she wants to come on. And I'm getting the message that we're going to let Andrea hurry to dinner and we're going to wrap it up. 2 games coming up tomorrow. Looking forward to it. I'll be here. I hope you guys will as well. 9:30 a.m. Eastern. And 3:30 a.m. No, 3:30 a.m. Eastern. Good God. 9:30 a.m. European time. You would think after saying it a couple of times I would get the hang of it, but no. I'm sorry if you're more confused now than you were, but that's how it is. Bye, chat, says the BotezLive account. See you all tomorrow. Bye, everyone.